Alright. So, I did forget one thing, so bear with me a second, but while I do this, I'll explain. What we're going to be doing today is going to be a little bit complicated. Specifically, we are doing an archipelago, which y'all have seen me do before. Today specifically, though, it is going to be the Dragon Council archipelago set up by Argo. Now, there's a lot of people playing. There's a lot of people playing, and a lot of games being played. I am contributing, as mentioned in the Going Live post, 3 of them. Out of, I think it's like 15 plus games. It's a lot. Let me quickly go grab the tracker again, and I will give you guys a rundown of exactly how many games are in here and exactly how much is going on. There is 28 entries in this archipelago, most of which contributed by the same handful of people. A lot of us have 3 games each. But just to give you an idea of exactly what games are being played, I'm not going to go through everybody, but I'm going to give you a listing of the games. Got a bunch of people playing Majora's Mask, got a bunch of people playing Ocarina of Time, got 2 of us playing Fusion, 1 of us playing Luigi's Mansion, 2 of us playing Time Spinner, or 1 playing Power Wash Simulator, which is going to be where a lot of Czechs live, it's got like 9,000 Czechs compared to everything else. We got a Cuphead player, we got a Donkey Kong 64, we got a Hollow Knight, we got 2 SMZ3s, we got a Pokemon Black and White, we got a Civ 6, we got a Minish Cap, we got a Mario Land 2. Not entirely sure how that one would work, but roll with it. It's gonna do the thing. And Majora's Mask again, Stardew Valley, StarCraft 2, Sonic Adventure DX. And I think that covered everybody other than the ones I'm doing, and I told you all what I'm doing already. So that gives you an idea just how much of a mess this is going to be. I'm late. I'm like 4 hours after everybody else has already started. So we're gonna get a bunch of items right off the top here. Now, fun thing I did. You may notice the very short PNG going on right there over in the corner. I made a PNG for each game. They're a little bit of a rush job, because I made them all today. But I figured it'd be fun to have a bunch of little PNGs for today. Make it extra special, you know? I've got all my windows aligned. I don't know exactly when I'll be swapping between games. It'll probably just be a matter of if I get stuck on something, I'll hop. We may be joining a VC with a bunch of dragons later. There's a bunch of them in a VC already right now, but I wanted to at the very least start with just me and you guys, so we get things established, you all understand what's going on, and then we may join more people. So let's see how this is laid out for us right now. Typical results: find enough infant Metroids, lure the SAX out, and then set up the self-destruct. We don't specifically need gear, but we do need gear realistically in order to fight the SAX. Now, it's going to take a second for all of this stuff to kick in. There we go. So what we have from what people have given us is 2 out of 3 of our infant Metroids, which was hilarious to me because I was watching the trackers as this all went on, and while I was cooking and getting all of the daily stuff I needed to do out of the way, so I could get this all set up. So we gained 1 energy tank, 15 missiles, 10 power bombs, and 2 out of 3 of our required Metroids immediately, is basically where we're at right now. Now, the downside is we have no equipment, really. Those missiles are great, but you'll notice they didn't unlock the ability to actually use those missiles, so those missiles are useless to us currently. That's fun. That's how this be, after all. Now, there's a chance I'll be able to find something usable immediately. But based on the fact that there's so many people playing, I would be shocked if anything of my own is in my world, outside of specific situations where it has to be, like over in Circle of the Moon. There's going to be a guaranteed movement item for us in there so that you can get out of the catacombs. I can't go in there because we don't have Morph Ball. In fact, I think we might actually end up dead-ending out, like, ridiculously fast here. I went in there just so it was listed as having been entered. We could pop our hints, but let's not do that yet. I'm actually gonna not touch the nav rooms until later, since that will spoil whose world things are in. When it's in my own worlds, obviously I don't care. But for something like this, since it'll end up flooding the tracker out a little bit for everybody, I'm gonna hold off on triggering those just yet. Is this where the immediate data room was? Yeah, this is the data room I can just go up to straight away. I'm hoping that this will have something useful. Oh, that was my own Morph Ball. Okay, we're in business. We're actually solidly in business then. Okay. I can do things with that. I'm shocked that that was an item for me, but I think it got put there because it's a soft lock prevention. Since I have myself set to the main deck as my starting location, as it would normally be, you have to have the Morph Ball be early, otherwise you'd just be stuck in here. Well, it would either have to be Morph Ball or it would have to be Speed Booster. And you may be wondering, why would Speed Booster matter? You'll understand in a second when we go over to the exit from this area. We just gotta climb up a little bit. We can hop in there, but I'm gonna just explain this thought before I worry about going in there. Speed Booster blocks block you from getting to the access lifts, basically. That's why it would matter that Speed Booster would be a potential starting item for you. Yep, that's 6 coins for Mori the Gremlin. The one who's playing Mario Land 2. So I guess let's go ahead and just go right off into one of the sectors then. Probably just Sector 1, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to do much in Sector 2. Oh yeah, I can grab the quarantine box as well. Quarantine freebie. Okay, I got Amma's bunny hood, so that will help. That will make Majora's Mask much easier, or faster at the very least, since the bunny hood will give speed. Though it looked like most of the people playing OOT also used settings to give themselves bunny hood speed as well, which makes nothing but sense. It's just a good quality of life thing. Alright, off to Sector 1. Though without missiles or anything, can I? I might not actually be able to do that right now, because you can't shoot the stabilizers with regular shots. You have to use missiles. So I think, no, we'd go in there and immediately get locked in. Let's not go there. I actually will go to Sector 2. Without missiles, I don't think I can fight the first boss either, the one that's in main deck. Pretty sure I can't do that. I either need charge or missiles to be able to hurt it. And I don't have either. There may be something we can filch out of here. If not, we're just gonna be dead in the water on this game and we'll just move on to the next one, which will probably be Circle. I debated between Circle of the Moon and Time Spinner, but we got a couple things for Circle of the Moon already. And I've made horrible mistakes, so let's just leave that. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I can't get over that other one because you don't have the height for it. You need either high jump or ice or something to let you get past that thing, so that's not happening right now. I'm gonna be keeping half an eye out for pings and such in case people are gonna start yelling, "Hey, I need this item." Now, a lot of checks have happened, but not a lot of hints have popped yet. So, if there are things stuck in my world, we don't know it yet. Which is kind of why I'm starting a little early today, as I didn't want to keep people waiting too long if there is anything important stuck in my worlds. Because it looked like there was a little bit of a struggle happening in some of the games. There was definitely things missing, which, you know, that's how Archipelago goes. And yeah, it looks like we might be dead in the water here, unless I want to try to do something clever, which is not usually highly advisable. I can't use those power bombs either. I have them, but I don't have the unlocking data to use them. And we obviously don't have bombs, so we're up a creek as far as that goes. I probably should have given myself a starting item. That would have been smart. Now, here's the thing. We can get this check, but we won't be able to leave unless it's something that would let us get back out. So I'm gonna honor rule that one and not go get it right now. Not until we get either a way to get out the blue doors or a way to get back up and out. I'm not good enough at one wall jumping to get out of there, so I would end up warping out. Ordinarily, I wouldn't care about that, but again, this is a big collab, so I would rather play much fairer than I usually would. We wouldn't want to make it too easy, after all, for everybody. As it stands, though, I found it very funny that I probably have, like, the smallest amount of checks out of the group, for the most part, outside of, like, one other person. I thought I was going a little out there by picking 3 games, but it turned out that most of my games only have, like, 100 to 200 checks, and a lot of the other ones have, like, 400 checks in them. So, you know. At the end of the day, it's all a matter of perspective. Is there anything else I'm forgetting here in this area? I don't recall if I get locked in with the first boss, so technically I could go in there and go get those items. I just wouldn't be able to fight the boss. It's either that or I go in, get those 2 items at the top, and die. That's not really a great idea. Problem is, that is 4 checks over there. Going in there and dying would be the same as just going in there and warping out, and that's not really the play. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to immediately swap out of here, so you'll have to give me a second. Thankfully, it won't actually take too much to swap everything around, so just give me a sec. Because I did a smart thing. Because you guys will already be able to see the screen for Circle of the Moon. So it's looking like it's not actually going to be that visible yet. Change the text over. Greater video tube. There we go. Now I'm in my circle suit. Wow, there's so many good things getting thrown around already. Gotta find the screen for circle. There we go. That's all I needed to change. Oh yeah, I need to change over the audio as well. I love you, Fusion, but shut up. There we go. We should be all good to go. Onward and upward. I could use one of the fancy texts, and I do actually have a setting on to make the shooting version better, which was the only one that had any options. And I confused myself when I was testing this, because I tested the magician setting, which I forgot gave you all of the DSS cards immediately. So I was like, is it broken? Why do I have all the cards? It was fine. And I have all the text auto-skipping for those that are wondering why no dialogue's happening. There we go. We got the one item we got for this game. You let me know if anything weird happens with the screen or if there's any audio issues. We're gonna be kind of flying along here. We're by the seat of our pants somewhat. Now, all of the drops from all the enemies are randomized. All of the The usual things are randomized. There's not too much you can do with this game as far as randomization goes, but I did basically everything I can do. The main notable thing that's going to make this behave outside of the norm is instead of needing to do a specific fight to unlock the Iron Maidens and get past them, there's an item in the world, one of the worlds, that will detonate the Iron Maidens for me. And there's an additional check where that fight would be. So that'll be fun. Just gotta hope that somebody finds my Iron Maiden detonator. I got very used to not saving when I was testing things because I didn't want to have to keep fiddling with save files. So I need to make sure remember that I can save now. Saving's okay. Let's go this way first. I got poisoned immediately. Love that for me. Because I'm being hasty. Right, that's a box. Oh wait, no, I wanted to go down one step further and then go to the side. That's where I went wrong. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot happening. Based on how many checks people were sending my way, I don't think we're gonna have too much of an issue like I was initially worried about having, where it was gonna be popping up text boxes and causing me to fall in pits and things like that. Not that most of these games have any serious pits in them that I'm playing this time anyway. You get the idea, though. The worms drop meat. Okay. Okay, I'm in for this. I'm into that. Worm meat is gonna be a big help. Let's not deal with the demon. He's not gonna be my problem. Okay, yeah, we have guaranteed double to start with. One of the test seeds, I got the wall kick instead. So there's a chance you get other things, but having default double will mean I can go quite a lot of places and get some checks pretty quick for people. Not that way, though. And default running is going to make things, obviously, much faster. Because I'm not going to be beating the hell out of my hand to double tap dash constantly. You know what, the hell with it. We're not in any real danger here. We got places to be and checks to get. Do I want to be over here? No, I wanted to be up higher. Or first. This is where we just came from, you silly man. What are you doing? I keep forgetting that that door you come in from isn't actually on the ground. What's this? Progressive Proxy Pylon Spear of a Dune Cult. All down for her Winter Gust in StarCraft. Love that. Hey there, Callista. How's it going? Get used to there being some very weird item pickups like that, because we got some interesting games in this set. What's up, Argo? What do you got? What's up? I will do my best to answer. I'm using whatever the default connector for BizHawk is. Let me double check exactly what it says in here. Because it should be in the BizHawk I gave you. But if you have to reconnect it manually, I'm not really sure. Yeah, just the BizHawk connector. Or generic is the one that I'm using right now. Yeah, literally in my Lua console, it's just saying connector BizHawk generic. So that should be the Lua you need to grab. No problem. I had to go look, though, because that's not something that's usually at the top of my head. Thankfully, it pops it up in front of me. Hopefully, you'll be able to get it reconnected. Oh, there's a job well done for Power Wash. I'm pretty sure everyone has sent Astral at least one job well done now. I'm pretty sure everyone has. I will not get tired of seeing that pop up yet. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, the generic connector works for all the GBA ones. I don't think they have a specific one for that. Oh, missed my exit. Imperial Knight Paladin unlock for Astral Watch. I got excited seeing the words Imperial Knight. I'm like, ooh, that might be something exciting. No, it's something for Power Wash, which could be exciting for that, but you know, it could have been so many other things. Yeah, we're gonna try to grab some early levels just to make sure that I don't just get bodied like we did in the last time I was doing this. Don't need to be too silly here after all. We don't have Deathlink enabled, so there's no benefit to dying. If one could consider dying to throw other people off to be a benefit, which, you know, depends on your mood on the given day. Let's see. Yeah, we just need to get out of this side here, because over here is useless now. And remember what I'd mentioned when we had done this rando in the past, that number of checks up there is a bit of a lie, is some rooms are connected to a different area than they should be, is the code is a little funny. So like there's a couple rooms in the section we were just in that are technically in completely other areas. This is as far as the tracker's concerned. You know, I saw one of these before Go to Power Wash, and I still have no idea what those are. But I sent it. I sent whatever that was. I sent a something. And Gold Skulltula token to Argo. Which, for those wondering, that was the same Argo that just popped in the chat asking me about Fusion. So there you go. Go follow Argo. Go do it. Do the thing. They were the one who set up all of this, so, you know. Reward those who set up big things. Save room to save my life. Let's see. Could go back to the left. I can't go through that area over there. Can't go through that one on the top. I did turn around early from these two down below me. Was there a reason for both of them, or was there only a reason for... No, there was a reason for neither of them. Mind Restore? Could really use that on days like this. I'm so glad that this is one of the few Belmonts who can just default slide. He's not even a Belmont, then. Hey, we got a sword for Minish Cap. Hooray. At least somebody in the Zeldas has a sword today. I noticed there was a distinct lack of swords going around so far. So I got very excited when I saw a sword pop up. Blue Rupee for Orchid, who has also not quite started playing yet, I don't think. Oh yeah, I need the kick. That was the one thing that was good to have the kick boots immediately for, is I didn't have to worry about forgetting this check that's up here. Because I can't get up there without the kick boots or rock feather, and I don't have either of them, so we'll worry about that later. Yeah, so I think it's back to the left we go then, and see what we can get done over on that side. I can also climb up more, but and go to the cathedral and such, but let's not do that yet. We'll worry about that after we go clean up the other bit over there. Otherwise, I'm going to forget to come back down there, and I'm going to be sad. Because more than likely something useful for someone will be there. And then suddenly it'll be like, hey, I need this. Oh, you mean this thing that I just grabbed you immediately? Why didn't you get that sooner? It's like, well, you know, I was lazy. That tends not to fly well with people, you know? It's not a good look. Yeah, those two upper rooms we can also go up through. Yes, yes, you hit me with earth spikes while I'm scratching my shoulder. Well done. I'm sure you want an award. Some antidotes. I'm gonna have more antidotes than I'm ever gonna use in this entire game, probably. So, fun fact, I'm pretty sure those antidote drops are vanilla. I'm pretty sure that always happens. Well, another ice trap to add to the pile that Amalia has. Pretty sure everyone has also sent Amalia an ice trap now. Amalia being one of the OOT players. Which, you know, anyone who pays any attention to randos would know that an ice trap would more often than not be an Ocarina of Time or a Majora's Mask thing, because Majora also has ice traps, I think. Majora's Mask also apparently has some other odd traps. I don't know if any of them are actually enabled in this version, though. I don't know enough about that. But it's time for stairs. All the stairs. You would think we could just use those stairs in the background, but no. We have to jump. Have to toss me. In this case, I'm tossing me. Okay, no, I thought that was the check room there, but it isn't. I am more than likely going to end up pulling up a map eventually. Because I know a lot of the map layout, but I do not remember it all offhand, obviously. And there's a lot of hidden rooms that are going to have checks people are going to need. These are the Iron Maidens I was talking about that need the detonators. They're blocking the way in a lot of annoying spots. You can also have them just be detonated by default, or have them have vanilla behavior, but I figured it was more fun having the item just chucked out into the ether somewhere. Be potentially found eventually. Or not at all. Not at all is an option. Now, I did keep the amount of keys I need fairly reasonable, because for those that don't know how Archipelago works for getting to Dracula here in Circle of the Moon, you just need a handful of last keys to access the door that leads to him. If you get there fast by any other means, you'll just be denied. So, you know, that's a thing. Honestly, though, I'm gonna be waiting on getting to Dracula in this for a while anyway. Is for those of you that don't remember when I did the playthrough of this, that Dracula fight's mean. Real mean. So we're gonna be waiting until I'm reasonably powerful to deal with that. Now, it is worth noting also that there will be occasions where progress will happen off-stream for this, since there are going to be checks that people are going to need to have happen in between sessions, so obviously I will be going and fetching those depending on how necessary they are, and whether I have time to do so, even if it's not necessarily at a dedicated stream time. But I will be trying to keep all the major progress documented. I'm pretty sure the keys are for that door. Yeah, there we go. 3 out of 4 last keys. So there's 4 in the world, and I just need 3 of them. Can't go that way. So I kept the requirement there reasonable because with the sheer volume of checks that exist, it could end up quite literally anywhere, and it would be very unfortunate to have it be like one of the 1000th checks gotten. Oh, there we go. I sent a bottle with a big Poe in it into Amalia, so at least Amalia has a bottle. So I'm pretty sure that is actually a real bottle. Balance in all things. You send an ice trap, you send a bottle. It is nice because all 3 of the games I'm playing are going to have all of the items on screen, so I don't have to rattle it all off for you guys, aside from for those that are listening and not watching, which I'll still be reading them out for that purpose. But you guys get to experience it at the same time I do this way. Since I got some really good armor early on, I can just kind of blitz a little bit and reach some areas that by mobility I can get to, but it would ordinarily be fairly dangerous. It's not to say that I'm not going to find a way to die anyway, but that's neither here nor there. And thanks to the gauntlets we also have some decent power. So we found on Winter Gust light arrows. It was for OOT. For those that don't know, light arrows are one of the things you need for the very end of the game. Not really anywhere else, but you know, you can beat Ganon with it. Not gonna help till magic and such is found, but you know, that's a hell of a thing to find as an early check. So I'm definitely glad I did not dally about doing my checks for this game, since it seems like some of them were actually important. So this now makes me wonder what we're gonna dig out of Time Spinner. Oh, there is something I forgot to pull up that might end up being relevant, and I'll explain why while I'm pulling it up. I decided, since we had done it before when I was doing an archipelago, it would be fun to go ahead and give you guys the opportunity to mess with things a little bit. And that is specifically, if anybody donates $5, you can pick which game I go to. Doesn't matter what I'm doing at the time. I will just jump right over to whichever thing you pick. So, don't be shy. If you want to send me money, because I do need money quite badly these days, you have the option to do so there. And of course, there's also still the 50% off promotion running for all commissions as well. So if somebody buys a $5 commission, I will also count that. Because really, at that point, it would only be fair, you know? And if whoever donates $5 doesn't choose, I will just pick randomly between the other 2 if I don't end up hearing something from said donator. Or in a reasonable amount of time, basically. Ow. Really thought you were gonna throw further than that. Question becomes, am I going to remember where some of these other more obscure checks are? The answer may surprise you, in that it won't be a yes. But we can't do any of the, like, eyeball flyer sections like you saw down in the bottom left until we have ice. We need the ice whip or some variety of ice ability to deal with these guys. Because you can climb on them, but you have to freeze them. Or we just get Rock's Feather and just launch ourselves up there. There is a catch to the Rock's Feather for our setup, though. I've nerfed the Rock's Feather again, so depending on what mobility items I have, the Rock's Feather will get closer and closer to its vanilla behavior. Right now, with just double, I think it just allows me to jump reasonably high. Which it'll be more than high enough for most things that I would want it for. Is you can jump into doing the Rock's Feather. Sent a grub to Hollow Knight for Dyla. Keep chopping my way through here. When I tested this all out, there was actually a hidden pathway somewhere around here that had a very important check that drove me batty. Oh, Ocean Skeletal token to Winter's Majora's Mask. Ocean Skeletal tokens are essentially the same as Gold Skeletal tokens, for those that don't know, but it's split between two areas for Majora's Mask. I will be providing background on everything I pick up if I know what it is and what it's for. A lot of the Hollow Knight stuff and things like that, I'm not going to know those, so I'm just going to call out what it is and just go, yeah, that sounds vaguely important. That's going to be about where I'm at on those. This way y'all have context for whether something actually does anything or not. I'm honestly half expecting to come back to Time Spinner to just a pile of traps waiting for me. Oh, banana. There's one of the golden bananas for DK64. Those unlock a few things, from what I recall. They're not something I'm super familiar with, but I know they're necessary. So it's a good get. Not necessarily a progression get entirely, but, you know, still good. I did not run past the... In fact, no, I think the one I just broke open down there was the one that caused me the issue, the one in that little bend there. Because I remember now, yeah. I had swung at it thinking I knew where it was, missed it because it was above that spot, thought there wasn't anything there, and then ended up having a hold to do when I was doing the test seed. Like, to the point where I got a hint for it, realized it was over in this area, could not find where it was, so I actually had to look up a map, and then found out it was somewhere I had already checked. And I was just very, very upset. There's a boss fight there. Let's not do that yet. Is that, I believe, is the Necromancer, and he will actually be a little bit of an issue currently. Like, can we do it? Yes. Should we? Probably not. Which, admittedly, not the biggest issue if we die, since 90% of what we picked up was Archipelago stuff for other people. So it wouldn't hurt me specifically, and they keep their checks if I die. So it's a non-issue there. But now that we've saved, now we'll go fight the Necromancer. And I do have knives, which will help a little bit. Arguably, the axe would be better because I'd get a different attack angle, but at least I can attack from a distance. So this will be fine. And with the armor we have, we should be fine. Yeah, arm guards lower my strength. I couldn't remember if the arm guards were the ones that still raised strength while also raising defense, or if they were only defense. We'll keep the gauntlets, do as much damage as possible. Hi, Necromancer. I don't have a lot of healing, so I need to be somewhat sensible in my movements. which is an unusual thing for me. Being a necromancer, he obviously will also summon the undead to protect him. Thankfully, we are more than strong enough to just dispose of the zombies for free. He can also summon skeletons, from what I recall. Phase 1 down. Now he goes into his demon form, which is more annoying than dangerous, arguably, because he just starts going pinball mode around the room. Now, depending on the angle he bounces at, he can obviously be an issue like that. But considering we're well prepared, this guy's really not much of an issue. He's summoning more undead. And if he just keeps floating around in range like that... Nope, there he goes. He wised up. That's fine. Another 16. I'm used to not having, like, any armor doing this fight, so I really am giving this guy more credit than he deserves in terms of how dangerous he is to me. Yeah, he was one hit away as well. And we got a hard EX. Great. That's clearly what I wanted. But all that is a very big heart refill. It's not that exciting. This, however, bird statue for our Astral Hammer's time spinner. You know, I'm not 100% sure what that's for. I feel like that Astral might have the setting on that makes the bird merchant need an unlock, so that might be that. Not sure about that one. But either way, that's one boss done, and that's... I don't think that's even the first boss you're supposed to... Well, that may be the first boss. This is not a boss of the catacombs. So let's see. I could go connect... No, I can't connect those paths up down there because that's blocked off with stone. Yeah, for a little while we're gonna be flying through checks in this game, and then we're gonna end up grinding to a halt because we're gonna run out of places we can get into. And that time may be coming sooner than I want to think. Mostly because my memory is going to start to fail me soon. Coffee maker for Stardew Valley. Okay, no, I can clear that jump. I just can't clear that one. I would need ice to, like, bait some guys up there to potentially use as platforms, or to get wall kick or rock's feather to get up there. So that's dead in the water right now. Or at least go touch the save point so I don't die. And if it looks like I'm moving with confidence, understand that I'm moving with a fool's confidence. The confidence of one who's not considering where they're going, they're just going. There's nothing else we can do up here right now, not without Rock's Feather or something equivalent. There's that whole set of left-hand doors over there in the tower, though. Yeah, let's go back over there and go check those. The fact that we don't have a single card yet is an issue. But that's not a shocking issue. is, from all I've been able to tell, Archipelago really loves throwing my DSS cards all the way across the damn universe to far away places. Is since none of them are... Well, not none of them. The majority of them are not strictly necessary for anything. Archipelago doesn't really pay attention to where it puts them too much. It just kind of chucks them somewhere, and it's like, it'll be fine. You'll find them, probably. I almost forgot about this hole over here, which has progressive stim pack for our Winter Gust Marines in StarCraft. That'll actually be good. That's actually a good get, because that'll make those Marines way more effective. Because for those that don't know, the stim pack is just a temporary boost for the basic Terran infantry, the Marines. Makes them shoot faster, move faster, I do believe. I don't think it does any extra damage. I think it is just move faster, shoot faster for a little while. But obviously, when you have a pile of Marines lined up, it can make quite the impact. Can't go in there yet. Right, that's why I ran past these doors, is most of them don't go anywhere right now. I can go into Triumph Hallway, though. Place I consistently forget exists. But I don't think there's that much in the way of checks I can do here right now, because there's only, as you see up there, 2 of them in this area at all. And one of them is a really high jump check. This, I think, is the other one. 10 bombs for Argo. Depends on if he's got a bomb bag yet or not. Doesn't have a bomb bag, it's a bit of a meh. And then the other check is down this way. Which I can do some stuff for myself here by virtue of hitting more enemies, which will get us more experience and potentially trigger some more stuff from the bestiary drops. Can also fight the flame armor here, but not really the best idea to be doing this. I'm gonna do it anyway, though. You have a lot more health than I thought you did. There you go. I was kind of hoping he would drop something. The other check is up there. I remember. Because I remember back in the day having to come running all the way back here once I had Rock's Feather to go get the thing that's up there. Is that, I believe, is a health extension normally? That sounds right in my head. Another block pushing spot. We might end up going to our 3rd game before the hour's even up. Which I was kind of expecting to have to do a bit of hopping, but I wasn't expecting to do quite this much hopping immediately. So that is why Time Spinner was saved for last, because I was pretty confident Time Spinner was one of the ones that was going to last me a bit longer. So that may BK out pretty quick too, unless I get any key cards. Have I gotten anything for really any of the other games? I did get another missile tank for Fusion. Not looking great. Oh, poor Amalia. I just saw another ice trap. Oh, and another one. Good lord. Yeah, you know what? We're just not going to talk about the amount of ice traps I've witnessed in here. We're just... That's all I'm going to say about that. That's... Ooh. Oof. And no, it doesn't look like anybody else of mine has really gotten anything important yet. So either I might be locked behind other people that aren't active right now, or I might be self-locked. Like, it may be behind Time Spinner. That's a possibility. Because, like, the big thing I really need is either block breaking or block pushing. If I get either of them, I'll be in business. So I either need my heavy ring, or I forget what the block breaking one is. The heavy ring allows you to push blocks. I can't get up there right now. In here was Iron Maiden. We can still do some more stuff in the staircase. That's the other thing. I think that might be the last thing I can do, though. Yep, so this is the section of stairs you can't get through normally. You can go down through them partially, is gonna be the idea. This was another block, right? No, this was another Iron Maiden. Yeah, most of the Iron Maidens are, like, in this central section. That's the thing. I remember now. Sort of. I feel like there's another breakable wall, like, in the vertical shaft here somewhere. Not the one that I'm in right now, but the other one. Also, I'm a fool. I'm actually have to go back up and around to get to that. I forgot that the long vertical shaft there on the far left, that's the one you fall down at the beginning of the game. We ain't going back up that. That ain't happening. Which means actually what I was thinking about doing doesn't work anyway, because that door that I was looking at the top of this shaft that I'm in right now, that's Dracula's door. You can't go in there. So, that plan doesn't work. So I think we might be hooped for the moment, actually. Here in Circle of the Moon as well. So I will go ahead and get the audio flipped to Time Spinner, and we'll head over there now. We should be able to get quite a few early checks in Time Spinner. So it'll work out pretty well there. That queued. Click me to the Time Spinner suit. Which doesn't have a lot going on, but that's like all Lunas is really wearing, so it's like, well, this is what we're gonna be working with here then. I debated doing more with that, but I left it as it was. I also did forget to turn off the bouncing. Do not remember how to turn off. There we go. Stop that. There we go. Because the bouncing looks a little bit weird considering the PNG stops at the line there. It looks a little weird when you go into nothingness like that, you know? And this is going to be the only time really I'm going to be changing categories. Since the other two qualify for retro, this one really doesn't, so we'll flick to Time Spinner and back again whenever we switch. And it also doesn't take long to switch between those, so it's not really a big deal. Alright. Oh, we got the alchemy tools, and we did get an aura up, so that's not too bad. What's our starting weapon going to be? Radiant Orb. I don't think I've ever used the Radiant Orb. We got Crimson Vortex and Infernal Flames. Let me know if the volume's good for this. It sounds a little bit louder than it usually is. It looks alright, so I'm gonna assume it's fine. Oh, we actually got Vanilla Aura Blast. which I will not be using because I have other spells. There we go, that's your tutorial. Now we go running to the right to go trigger the sequence that'll actually take us into the game proper. There's no like prologue skip that I've been able to see for the randomizer or anything. Because you do get some checks right off the top, so I think you can't skip it. And there we go. Now we're where we need to be. Let's grab this box first. We got our own light wall. Okay. Another move I think I never used when I played this before. Randomized or otherwise. It's good to see that there's still a lot more things that I never had. Oh yeah, I randomized the enemies, by the way. So that's gonna make things interesting at times. Gold Skeletal to Ama for OOT. Now the good news about the randomized enemies is they scale. So they're going to be at the same strength as things that would normally be here. They just may have much scarier attacks. Wow, I just have a lot of winter stuff apparently. Because that's a bomb shoe for OOT for winter. Let's see. Yep, can't climb up there yet. And we won't be able to get up here because we don't have sand. Oh yeah, the text log on here will also show things other people are sending around, which will be fun. So don't be surprised if there's gonna be times where the text gets a little overwhelming on the side there for this game. Like when lots of people are sending lots of checks around. I don't think it'll be too big an issue too often, so I won't mess with it. We got HP max up for myself. My Circle of the Moon self. You know what? We might actually have a problem then. Because there is one small issue that I did not consider that will interfere with us getting any progress. And that is, I don't think I can make this jump. Yeah, I can't. I did not get anything that would allow me to make that jump. So we may actually be, like, hooped for a moment here. Until people get me some stuff. I did not consider getting this badly hooped to be an option. But it's fine. We can poke and prod and dally around and see if I can come up with something. And to think, this was a game I was saying was gonna last longer. Is in every seed I tested, I was able to get straight to the area over here, and that actually gives you some legs to work with. X, thank you for the raid. What were we up to today? It was just in time for me to be a little bit lost in what I'm supposed to do at the moment. Since, for those coming in, we are doing a very large Archipelago randomizer with the Dragon Council. Now, how Archipelago works is every item in every game put in a giant pile, thrown around. So most of my stuff ain't here. Ah, Final Fantasy VII Remake. How's that been going? Hopefully well. And welcome in Lumiere's Dreams. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're here in Time Spinner right now, but my other options that I can be hopping to at any time are currently Metroid Fusion and Circle of the Moon. We were playing both of them already today and realized I'm out of checks to do in both of them. So I'm seeing if I can come up with anything clever here in Time Spinner. So I'm realizing we might be, like, full locked, in which case I will Go pull a rabbit out of my hat and figure out something to buy time with. Fun fact, that meteor sparrow that just hit me, that is something that can be sent as an archipelago trap. Those can just have like 3 of them dumped on your head at any given time. So that's fun. Let's see if this teleport lets me go anywhere. I'm pretty sure I don't have any of the items to let me go anywhere. And you see, by the way, down there, other people sending items around for those just coming in. Yeah, I can't teleport anywhere yet. Time Spinner's a good one. It came out a few years back, so it's not old by any means, especially. And it's actually got a sequel coming soon-ish. I don't remember exactly when it's supposed to come out. I think it was supposed to be sometime next year, but I don't know that entirely off the top of my head. But if you're interested in such things, you'll see a lot of them here, because that is a lot of what I play when I have any left to play. Don't mind the fact that that spider was crawling along nothingness. Random enemies make them do some very strange things occasionally. Mirage to Winter Gust. Which, that specific Mirage, since it was to Star Gust, I would assume that's a StarCraft thing, so it's one of the... I think that's a Protoss upgrade. Which, for everybody that came in with the raid, I may as well go through the list of everything that people are playing here in this archipelago. We've got people playing StarCraft 2, we've got people playing, like, 17 instances of Ocarina of Time, bunch of Majora's Mask, at least one Minish Cap, a couple people along with myself playing Time Spinner, a couple people, including myself, playing Metroid Fusion. I'm the one playing Circle of the Moon. We've got a Hollow Knight player, Stardew Valley. There's a Power Wash Simulator player, as you saw with the Job Well Done that popped up. It's a lot. Am I going to be able to... No, I can't iframe my way up off of his head either, so that's not going to work. None of the things I have a side effect. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Does this... When it says solid light... Aha! That does work. Reconstruction beam for the same situation there. Protoss upgrade for StarCraft. Yeah, because this part I wasn't worried about. Even though you don't have sand right now, you can get past that. Because ordinarily, you'd have access to a piece of the Time Spinner by now, which would allow you to stop time and use that to platform on things. Snowhead Stray Fairy for Ama, an MM. If it's confusing, understand that it's meant to be. And if you have questions, by all means ask them. I can answer a lot of questions about Archipelago. I will not be able to answer questions about every game involved in this Archipelago, but I'll be able to answer a decent amount. You can actually go up into the area over here as well. I should put some armor on, since I have it. Trendy jacket's better than old coat. The combat helm's actually a really good get. That's one you don't normally get till much later. Part of the reason I ran over here, though, was to get this warp, because we're not gonna be able to go in here yet. No! Malia sent me a pointy hat. Joyous day. I got confused when the item pop-up happened as I walked through the door. There we go, touch the save point. Yeah, because we can't actually enter this area right now. But we can grab what they had. Progressive footwear for Stardew Valley. Okay. Undile some shoes. Yeah, because how this game works is there's a lot of time travel involved, and unfortunately, we cannot currently travel through time because we have none of the things for it. So, ordinarily, you travel back in time to be able to go through that area. Quite literally right now. That is in fact what we're doing currently, Lark. Ancient seeds for Dyla. Let's see, I think that's everything I can do over here. You fell for the trap. Yeah, I didn't bother putting the rando tag on there because usually Archipelago makes itself clear enough. But if you don't know what Archipelago is, then obviously it doesn't work. And no, this is probably like the biggest randomizer I've been a part of, considering there's like 30 e-files attached to this one. It's a lot. I thankfully only have to deal with 3 of them. Let me go ahead and snooze those ads for y'all again, since a bunch of you only just got here. Buy you a little bit of time. Timed the jump wrong. Really, I'm just not gonna manage to do this right now, huh? I did it right once, and now I'm just not allowed to. You saw me do it. It is entirely possible to make this jump. I have a clever idea in mind. Haha! There's always more than one way to make a jump. He, however, did not make the jump. Jump, jump, jump around. Really like an orb other than the radiant orb. The damage is good, but this range is poo-poo. I suppose I don't have to worry about missing. I mean, it provides a nice shortcut if you don't want to get to the door, I suppose, at that height. Save point. Ordinarily, I would have to fiddle with this flying guy and get him in the right position, but I can just do this. 1 gold bar to Luigi's Mansion. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, there is a Luigi's Mansion in this set as well. Yeah, I can definitely do this boss fight. Just throw Crimson Vortex on and we'll just ruin this thing's whole day. Just end this man's whole career. Now, I don't have sand, so I can't actually jump over this thing, but thankfully, we had enough power to just kill it. We got positive reviews for Power Wash, hooray! We collected the power of Yelp. There's gonna be a lot of joke items happening because of Power Wash Sim being involved. Which, for anybody that missed the check number for Power Wash when I mentioned it at the beginning, it has like 9,000 checks. Just let that sink in. 9,000 items. Because every item you wash in Power Wash Simulator, with the settings that they chose, counts as an item. So, it's a whole thing. It will be a fascinating experience. Good, a healing item. And this is a small heart for Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, this area usually will have a decent amount of checks in it immediately. So this is always worthwhile to get to. It's also the only way to go, so, you know, may as well go there. We got a sponge instead of our library card. Wonderful. Because that's what I needed. Merchant Crow, what do you got for me today? Trendy jacket, combat helm, warp shard, and mushroom. Great. Great. I do want one of those warp shards in case we need to run away to a gate. We already have the combat helmet and we already have the trendy jacket, so this shop is quite literally useless other than warp shards. That is tragic. Can't go in there because we don't have the key card. Pretty sure I can't do this right now, but does this work? Okay, it does work. But I wall myself off is the thing I was worried about there. I was trying to see if I could do something clever there, which technically I can then. I don't think I have enough magic for this, but I'm gonna try something stupid. Yeah, no, that's gonna take a lot more magic to do. But I needed to know if I could do that, and the answer is yes. We can't read, so we can't interact with those yet. We can, however, get this. Clever Wing to Evie the Glaceon, which is Evie playing Black and White made Pokemon. Without any keycards, we might actually be dead-ended out again. Oh no, there's this item still too. Please be something. Well, technically it's something. It's a purple rupee for Amalia. Okay. Great. Now, fun fact, for all of those people playing Ship of Harkini and Ocarina of Time, apparently none of them have wallets. Like, every single one of them that are playing that seem to have chosen the option of not being able to carry money at all until they find a wallet. So that purple rupee, thrown on the ground probably. Useless, just threw it on the ground. Yeah, I need a specific item to talk to him again and get something to happen, so that's dead in the water. This is a problem. Seafoam pudding for Stardew Valley, very good. I might be able to do something in Fusion that I didn't think of. I may also just have to do those things I said I wasn't gonna do, and like go reaching out further than I'm supposed to and warping away, just to be able to make progress. There's still this box, though. Suds for Power Wash. Great. Great, I love that. There's a meow trap for Stardew Valley now. Amalia has, like, so many traps in there. Both for Amalia and for everyone else, apparently. This is a problem. This is what's commonly referred to as a issue. Hey, I forgot this is part of the... Oh, that's great! I have one of the keys I need to go to Dracula now. Who Encircle the Moon. Now, if only I could get anywhere. Yeah, I forgot that this is one of the things the randomizer adds, is you can actually press a button and show yourself the rest of the map of the area. Which I thought I could get to that yellow section up at the top there. That's what I was trying to get to. But we can't actually get there without a key card, I think. Let's go look at that again, though, to make sure I'm not talking out of my ass on that one. Oh, wait, no, I think we need to get there from the... Yeah, we need to get there from the platform that I can't reach. That's the thing. Wash gets another job well done. Wait, don't I have a Mind Restore equivalent in this game on hand? I do. Hang on. We're in business. Building a stairway to items. Item for Power Wash. Can't believe I just built a damn staircase. I love randos. They make you do such strange things. 5 arrows for Amalia. Gold Skulltula token for Argo. Trendy jacket for the other time spinner. 5 arrows for Argo. Mario coin fragment for Mori. And a berry pick-me-up for the other time spinner. You know, I may as well not even have come up here. I could have not gone up here and no one would have known the difference. Aside from Mori with the coin fragment. I think that is necessary. Everything else up here, completely superfluous. This seat is a nightmare. I don't think I've ever BK'd out this fast. I don't think I've ever had a set of Archipelago games where I couldn't do anything quite this quickly. Now, I'm still saying that I think there are things I can do. I don't think I'm, like, fully locked yet. But I think here in Time Spinner we are stuck. Because I don't... Unless... No, I don't think I can burn those things in the present. I think I have to burn them in the past. So even if Infernal Flames counts, I think that still won't work. But we can go back and try. Because those roots that were in the way, what you do for those is you gotta go back into the past and then burn them. And then they'll be gone in the future. But it would appear I might have moved a little too fast for my own good. There's Amalia finding another ice trap. So, fun fact about those traps. Most of us have their trap settings set to like 10%. Including Amalia. But because of the sheer volume of checks... 10% still leads to a lot of traps. Okay, yeah, either Infernal Flames doesn't count, or I do have to burn them in the past like I thought. Well, that idea's in the hole then. So, I think we're gonna have to go poke our nose into Fusion in ways that I arguably shouldn't be. In the hopes of getting something that will let me make progress. Or at the very least, help somebody. This is the loop we're gonna be doing right now, is just spinning around as much as we can, trying to get anything done. There it goes. Now I just need to turn the audio for Fusion back on and turn the audio for Time Spinner back off. Thankfully, I don't have to turn the audio for Circle of the Moon on and off, because when you're in the pause menu for Circle of the Moon, there's no audio. Back to tiny Metroid me. Behold, I'm tiny. Feel my power. Okay. Is what I was talking about here in Fusion is I can go over there to where that boss is. And for the most part, that's, like, completely legal checks over there. The catch to that is... Wait. When did I get Wave Beam? I completely missed that in the stuff we were getting, apparently. Now, admittedly... Well... No, actually, there is something Wave Beam might be able to do for me. But that's a whole other issue. Yeah, can't damage that. See, here's the funny thing. I don't actually know what all Wave Beam does for me other than letting me hit certain switches. Like, I don't know if it has any specific properties towards dealing more damage or letting me damage certain things that I wouldn't otherwise be able to damage with regular shots. That's where the question marks all start to come in from. That's where the things get fun. Let's see if I can do what I'm gonna try to do over here. Oh, wait, no, I can't even get in there because of the damn missile requirement. If I had a power bomb unlock, I could also do that, but... Well, that thwarts that plan. Because for those wondering, why don't you just go down? You actually need to be in a... It's essentially a pseudo background area back there. And the only way to get in there is to go through a hatch up there. Or to go from the other side of the thing that we're looking at over here that we can't get through. Alright. I'm gonna have to do something that's slightly questionable then. Just to be able to still make progress. And it's a default ability within the rando, so it's not like it's a glitch or a cheat particularly. Since we do have the warp function within the rando. It's essentially the same thing as if you were like save and quitting in the Zelda game or something to get out of an area you wouldn't be able to get back out of. Even if that's not something you would ordinarily have in these games. It's a little bit cheeky, but might be the only play we have. Because I think the only other thing I can think of would be over here in Trop as well. Because remember what I said about getting through doors from the wrong way with Wave Beam? That might be something they're expecting me to do because of me getting Wave Beam. But since I didn't get it from within my own means, I'm not sure if the logic's accounting for me to use Wave Beam in this manner. But it's one of the few things I can do since I have Wave Beam, so I'm considering it. If I could actually use my power bombs, we could also sneak our way in there, but we can't. I have capacity for them, but I don't have the ability to place them, which is such a silly concept. Basically, there's a specific data item for both missiles, power bombs, and super missiles and everything like that that keep you from using those until you get the right ones. Okay, that was just a bloopy. That wasn't even worth going in here for. Yeah, the warp allows you to go back to your start location. And that check was useless. So it was a waste of my time to have done that. But we've done the check now, so we don't need to worry about, is this something good or not? So we've got that going for us. And just in case anybody's like, you could slip in down here. This doesn't go anywhere. That needs speed booster. That needs power bombs. That is an archipelago item, but that's not a surprise that that's an archipelago item. I do love the tiny little archipelago symbols that they made for this game, though. Like, the sheer amount of work people put into making these archipelagos tick is genuinely impressive. Can I get in here yet? I think I can't. So I want to say the hatch you get in is high enough up that I'm not going to be able to get to it. Yeah, because I think it's up in the, like, right about in the corner. So I think I can't get in there yet. Unless I get in from the other side? Because there's an entry going all the way across, but I don't think I can do that. I will check. I think we might have to use the nav rooms to get some information, though. See what this siege is expecting me to do. Okay, yeah, no. You do need to go in from this side, but you need bombs, and I don't have bombs. Now, here's the problem, though. There's an entire reality where some of the people that aren't active yet are the people that I need in order to get the things I'm going to need to go anywhere. That is a world that exists, unfortunately. But I am gifted with the power of stubbornness, so I will try to finagle my way out of this situation by my own power for while we wait for things to start happening in that regard. Because I can't get across this right now. Because the issue is this big guy right here. He does a lot of damage, and he also blocks you from being able to get across there. You can get past this one, both by virtue of just damage boosting across it like I did there, and you can actually clear that jump, just normally. Now, what was the issue over here? Was it just a door lock that was too high? Yeah, though I might be able to do a cheeky move to get to the other one. No, this needed bombs, right? Never mind. Am I really considering what I'm thinking about doing? I'm pretty sure I can't even do what I'm thinking about. I'm pretty sure what I'm thinking is physically impossible for me right now because I don't have something. Yeah, no, I need screw attack to get there. That's what I was afraid of. Because I had two different thoughts. One of which is blocked by bombs, and one of which is blocked by this door in front of me here that's made out of screw attack blocks. I forgot that the doorway to what I was thinking about opening needed bombs. We are so cock-blocked by bombs right now, it's not even funny. Wait, what would... No, that's another bomb spot down there going to the lower left segment. I really should have went with open sectors again, so I would have had more to do here in Fusion. But I was a fool thinking that putting myself on main deck would make sure that I get things I need sooner. Because that's technically correct. Now, the downside is I got Morph Ball quick, but I didn't get any missiles. So I'm currently trying to think, like, is there something I didn't do that I can do, and that's why I don't have my missiles? Or am I supposed to wait for somebody to give me missiles? I'm assuming more likely that I'm supposed to wait for somebody to give me missiles. We did get a card for Circle of the Moon, but one card alone does not a success make, unfortunately. I need a second card in order to combine with that to do anything. I was just quickly checking to see if there was any other items I missed that got sent that would be beneficial right now. What we might end up having to do is go back to Circle of the Moon as well and just start hitting every wall in case there's a wall I missed somewhere. And, like, buy time that way in the hopes that somebody sends me something useful. Wow. I just realized Amma for OT has double defense already. Incredible. Some people have all the luck, I tell you. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like we got much of anything else yet. So we're just gonna have to make do. Like, let's just check Sector 1 in case I'm genuinely blowing smoke saying that I need weapons to be able to hurt those things, I guess. I'm pretty sure I do need at least missiles, because you get missiles before you get there. Because under ordinary circumstances, you get missiles, morph ball, and morph ball bombs very fast. As in this one. There's no way I can jump over that, right? Yeah, no, there's no way I would clear that. Even damage boosting across. With a recharge right here, I figured I'd at least consider the idea. And since I don't even have charge, I can't do fake I can't do fake spins, which I don't think even work in Fusion anyway. Let's go ahead and get those hints. I surrender. Okay, Satisfaction is at the main deck Yakuza arena, so that's useless. I'm pretty sure we literally can't do anything here in Sector 1 yet. But we'll at least grab the nav room and have a look. There's a recovery heart at main deck auxiliary power station. Great! Great, I'm so glad so much of my main deck is so useful. Since that's one of the few things I can reach. Okay, yeah, there was a check or two I can do here, actually. I, for some reason, thought this immediately went into the... No, there's not really much of anything I can do, because I was half right. This goes straight into the thing after a missile door that we can't get through. I thought this was the room that had the tube here that had an item. It isn't. So that's not great. And there's no point even considering the other sectors because we don't have the key cards to get into them. So I think all we're really going to be doing here in Fusion at the moment is going and getting the other nav rooms to see if there's any useful hints amongst them. And that'll be it. I may very well be back to Castlevania from there to just kind of stall for time. Well, yeah. I already adjusted it to not be Time Spinner anymore. Whether Twitch is updated to follow what I told it to or not, that's a whole other animal. I have refreshed it again in case is Twitch... Yes, that's where it's supposed to be. Okay. Yep, I learned about that already, game, thanks. Argo, thank you for the raid. How did the rest of your time with the archipelago go? So I was looking for some of that, but once I started up, obviously, I couldn't keep watching anymore. Currently, I'm a little stalled, but I will try to find a way to do something. Hopefully there's been good progress made, and you've all had a good time. Yeah, I might be there. And literally all these navigation hints are useless trash. Oh, this seed is brutal. This seed does not like me. I'm sorry to hear that you're BK'd out as well. Arachnostor. I do not remember specifically where that is off the top of my head anymore, unfortunately. Oh, wait! I can go in here. That's the thing I'm forgetting. I can go in here backwards. That's what I can do. It's a weird way to go about this, but I can go about it by doing that. But I can't win that fight right now, because I don't have missiles or anything. But I take it you have the same problem I do, Argo, if you have missile storage, but you don't actually have any actual missiles that you can use. Yep, that's the same problem I got. And I didn't do anything to go in here, though. There was no eye door here. Because I went through the secret passage down here. The eye door's in a different spot. Unless you have a setting on that added an eye door that isn't there. Yeah, I did too until now. Because usually this is an exit point, not an entry point. But I'm pretty sure I literally cannot fight the X that's there, though. I'm not sure. That's what I'm trying now, because I'm now questioning that as far as my own logic goes. Because my big problem is, without missiles or charge beam or anything, I can't kill the X that'll come out of this guy afterwards, so I think I can't go up from here. Yeah, no, I think the tracker might be full of shit. Because you can hurt this thing, but you can't hurt the X that'll pop out of it afterward. Unless Wave Beam lets me do that, and I don't know that? Because that's worth testing. Because this guy's a chump, as you can see, but yeah, I can't hurt this. This isn't one of the X's that opens a hole in it that you can hurt without charge or missiles. You could definitely. Screw Attack would kill this thing basically instantly. If you've got Screw Attack, you're golden as far as this fight goes. You could just slam into him and end the fight immediately. And I think you can climb up from here, but I don't know that for certain. That was what I was gonna check. But I can't, since I can't kill this thing. Though if you have Screw Attack, you can also break through a lot of the other guys. I can, yeah. 6 of one, half dozen the other there. I was just taking the time to think, because it's like, what else am I gonna do? Because you can break through any of the, like, vertical ball things as well. Yeah, I set the ship as my starting point. Because I don't have open sectors on, which is why I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot right now a little bit. I'm now wishing I had turned open sectors on, but no, I wanted to be funny. And boy, am I dealing with the consequences of my own actions here. But something else you might be able to do that I can't do. I will run up and look at it. Like, obviously, you can kill that with Screw Attack, but that won't help you because you don't have a green keycard either. But the smaller one of those that's up here that blocks the normal access, you should be able to kill. And you might actually be able to break an eye door with Screw Attack. I've never tried. Is the door you're talking about is ordinarily this one, but it's not an eye door for here. You can break through this guy, is what I was thinking about. Oh wait, no, I think the eye door's past this thing, ordinarily. So either way, you'd be hooped on that one, yeah. I'm gonna guess there's a solid object technically on top of it, so you can't actually hit it properly with Screw Attack then. Yeah, as you can see there, all the doors are closed to me. We poked our head into Sector 1 a little bit, and that's where I got 1 blue rupee for you from the security room over in Sector 2. But I couldn't follow up on any of that. Like, this seed has had a sense of humor and a half. Like, the main things I've sent out so far was another ice trap for Amalia, light arrows for Winter Gust, of all things, and a bunch of stuff for Amma when Amma starts doing things. That's basically been my life so far. And an extra funny thing is, look at my power bomb capacity. Look at the fact that I have 10 power bombs, can't place a single one of them. It is so horrid. It's so good, but so bad. So I'm like racking my brain right now. It's like, is there a clever thing I can do with Wave Beam literally anywhere? And I'm pretty sure Wave Beam just doesn't do much. Outside of getting in that one secure area where the second fight with the spider mech is, I'm pretty sure it just doesn't do anything else. And opening the doors in Trop from the wrong side that I can't reach because I don't have bombs. Oh. I'm tempted to actually go for a real hint just to see where the bombs are, but I'm willing to bet it's just somebody who hasn't started yet has them. So what we're gonna do for now is I'm gonna go back to Castlevania and see if I can dig my way out of there somewhere. Good lord, all the raids here. Winter Gust, thank you for the raid. Hey, how was your stream? What were you up to today? I seem to recall you were doing a collab in between bits of the archipelago. Hopefully it all has been going well. And I've sent you some goodies when you get back to your part of the archipelago. As well. For everyone unfamiliar, I am Draconbutt, and I'm currently suffering with this seed of the DragonPelago here that has decided to give me nothing and expect me to make things out of it. Ooh, nice. I've never heard of the One Otter game, but I'm glad that you had a good time, and it's a very cute game. You're just in time for me to be swapping around to go back to Castlevania in the hopes that good things happen when I go there. So I can show you all a neat trick. Ta-da! I'm someone else now. Yeah, it practically is ex nihilo. Oh yeah. Yeah, as a fun little thing, I spent the time and actually made a PNG for all 3 of the games I'll be playing. They're a little scuffed because I literally made them this morning, but, you know, it was still a fun little thing. Okay, now we're properly back on Castlevania. I just need to update the text, and we'll be back in business. Is for anybody that does not know how Archipelago works, basically all of the items from every game involved in this, of which there are a lot, it's all just been scattered around between all of them. So that's why I found none of my things. Thank you, I appreciate that. I commit to the bit when inspiration strikes. So let's see, we got an HP max up, we got one of our last keys, we got the Uranus card, and that's it. You know what that card does for me? Nothing. Because I need another card to go with it. I also forgot to turn the sound for Metroid off, though, because I hear the little noises in the background in my ears. There we go. Yeah, that was part of why I started my part of the Archipelago a little bit late, and I was trying to maintain my schedule somewhat today. So I think the 3 PNGs took like 2 hours to make all 3 of them? Which, to be fair, I cheated a little bit, because the base body was the same between this one and the Time Spinner one, and the head is obviously 90% the same. Understandable, yeah. It gets tricky. Oh, this is an area I missed, apparently. This might be something big. Hey, what do you know, Winter Ghost? You get Singularity Charge for your immortals. There you go. Yeah, we have hope again. I forgot about this section over here. Exactly. There's been a lot of stuff for StarCraft in this area for me. Like, I got you stim packs for your Marines. I got a couple things for the Spear of Ire. Adun, rather. Yes, tomorrow is in fact not Saturday. It is Friday tomorrow. This area over here might have all of our hopes and dreams in it. I knew I was forgetting something, because my brain was telling me, like, no, you're not completely BK'd yet. Gold Skeletal token for Argo. Got a whole boss I can go kill. We'll deal with that in a second. Because we already beat the boss after this one. I knew something was wrong with how I ended up at the Necromancer before dealing with the boss over in this section. Brain did weird. Land Raider unlock for Astral Wash. Wonderful. Yeah, we got this whole middle section here to potentially get checks from. This is what happens when you're bouncing between 3 games quickly, and you think your brain can keep up with it. Joke's on you. Your brain may not actually be able to keep up with the same things you think it can. That's not too shocking, considering it's been kind of just left by the wayside in recent times. Just for the most part. But I do play a lot of Castlevania, since Metroidvanias are my favorite genre. So I've, at this point, finished most of them, so... Bit of a thing. There we go. That's the end of Cerberus, and we get Diamond Armor, which is great. Doesn't solve anything, but, you know, I don't die now. Like, very literally don't die. 410 defense, I think, is as high as I had when I finished this game before. Progressive Chaser set to Amiya's Cuphead. So, about that. True, there's still a decent amount of people talking about it, aside from the company making it. But plenty of people have taken up the torch in arguably better ways at this point, so honestly, maybe it's for the best. There's even some relatively new classic Castlevania style games coming soonish, like Lady Dracula and things like that. I think they're coming out next year? And obviously, Metroidvanias are thriving. You know. Even newer gamers and such are still talking about Castlevania a little bit. Like, say for example, if they're a Dead by Daylight player, it at least comes up a little bit there. So that's a bit of a stretch, but you know what? I'm gonna take what I can get. Now, is there anything hidden here? Nope, sure ain't. Well, that's bad news. Fun fact for everyone coming in, see all of those doors I went into and didn't go anywhere? They're all blocked off with blocks I can't move. So that's good. Honestly, I think the last time I played Dead by Daylight was back before it had any crossovers in it on a free weekend one time, and that was the only time I ever played the game. Back when Steam was actually a little more frequent about doing free weekends for games. God, I don't even know how many years ago that was at this point. The safe answer is yes. The safe answer is yes amount of years ago. Definitely before I started streaming. Actually, no, technically not. If we count the very first time I streamed at all ever, technically I would have streamed before that, because I streamed once upon a time in 2012. Like, twice. And then never again for many a year. Those were times. Those were times that in fact existed. Can't say they were good times necessarily, but they were times. Is there any kind of clever nonsense I can pull out of my hat here? Or any other areas I forgot to go to, perhaps? Exactly. They were times, they existed. Of course, that was still in the era of me doing face cam as well. Didn't start the VTubing side of things till 2 or 3 years ago now? Been a bit. Time runs together in funny ways. Brain is just going on memory lane mode here, so just bear with me on that. That was where we got double from. I'm pretty sure nothing important can drop from enemies with the settings I have. Let's kill you just in case. No? Nothing. Okay. Didn't think so. If it tells y'all anything, I spent the time to build a staircase out of magic in Time Spinner, which is something you never have to do ordinarily in order to get a couple checks earlier. That's the degree of nonsense we're up to at this point. Because I can't do this because I don't have ice of any kind to freeze these guys to use them as platforms. Nor do I have Petrify. Oh, I don't remember. No, I think there's a Cockatrice card that would get me Petrify. Don't you shoot at me. Fun fact, those guys shoot incredibly slowly. You have to really just hang around here for them to actually take a moment to shoot at you. Cue piles of math appearing in front of my face as I'm trying to process how to do anything about our current situation. Like, we've only been active in this seed for 2 hours. I really do not feel the urge to use a hint to try to puzzle out what we need. Nathan, my dude, just push the wooden box. It's just a box made out of wood. Push with your back. You've got muscle enough for it. Come along. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, I'm not gonna use hints, because all that'll tell me is probably somebody who hasn't started yet. Which is fine. That is the nature of asyncs. Yeah, exactly. I think there might be a hidden wall somewhere along here. Since there's an opening there, I just need to remember where it is. There it is. Come on, something. Progressive industrial zone for Happy the Great. Well, that's something. Well then. The best part is that that's 2 entire industrial zones, because I saw that item in the tracker once already, and now I found a second one. So that industrial zone's gonna be real good. Because that is for Civ 6, I do believe. Exactly. Just think of the money you could make with 2 whole industrial zones. You know, I'd accept just getting my Iron Maiden detonator. If that just would show up and these things would explode, I'd be very grateful. I'm just gonna turn my back and this is gonna disappear. That's what's gonna happen right now. I'm just gonna turn my back and slowly walk out of here, and by the time I make it to the door, this will explode. Now, huh? Okay, I tried. Which, fun fact, there is in fact a door in one of the Castlevanias that you have to go through backwards. Because it will close if you look at it. I always thought that was a very fun trick. I forget which one off the top of my head. It's one of the ones you can backdash in, which does not really narrow it down at all. And in fact, it may happen more than once. Not in this game, but Time Spinner does have traps. Because this one just straight up doesn't have traps as an option. Yes, there are definitely junk items. Or, relatively speaking, they would be junk items, but there's not too many junk checks entirely for Circle of the Moon, because they didn't make, like, potions or anything into sendable items, I don't think. Honestly, Circle of the Moon for AP is fairly bare bones. Despite it being one that's officially supported, it's actually kind of empty. Like, there's definitely relatively junk items for Time Spinner as well. Like, that is a game I can get, like, potions and mind-ups and such in. In all practical terms, a lot of things like just these antidotes and heart items would really be considered junk items in any practical concern. But since they drop from enemies already, there really wouldn't be much point. Sure, why not? I could have swore there was another entryway somewhere in here, but I think it's actually an exit point, not an entry point. Doing such a bad job of hitting these bombers right now. No, I didn't reach it yet. It's down there. Yeah, see, there's the thing I was thinking about, but it's a slide path, so I can't go through there. Considering it didn't pop anything up, I'm going to assume not. Which means it probably doesn't actually have anything that qualifies as a junk item in this game within what the rando actually has set in. I think Castlevania is just dead in the water here. Let me pull up a map, and I'll see if there's anything I'm not thinking of. Since I already forgot one place, there may be another. That I'm forgetting about, that I have access to. Did Cerberus, we got the item that's there. Got the catacomb item, got the item there. Can't get to that yet, can't get to that. That's a no-go. Good shout on the hydrate while I'm trying to figure this out. Amalia has gotten so many ice traps, it's been ridiculous. Like, I took a peek at the log after I sent one, and I realized Amalia had picked up, like, 2 more right before that. It's like, oh, no. Can't go fight those yet. Obviously, I can't fight Dracula. Yeah, the shoulder pauldron is what I need for the blocks, but obviously that's not there. Like, I'm kind of shocked that none of my time spinner traps have shown up at all. Like, I've gotten no meteor sparrow traps or anything, and I have it set to like 15%. But obviously, the amount of checks is much lower for time spinner compared to any of the Ship of Harkinian sets we have right now. Yeah, I think I've gone everywhere I physically can go right now, which is a real shame. But not particularly a shock. That would not surprise me either. Once Power Wash gets going, it's gonna be a massacre. There's gonna be traps flying everywhere. Since I have to imagine a good chunk of those checks from those cleaned objects are going to be junk checks. So it's just going to stand death flying in all directions. Yeah, we'll go back to Time Spinner and see if I can, like, pull something magical out to try to do anything here. Need to make a couple quick adjustments here, and then we'll be back to action. Have adjustments. Poof. My windows? Okay. Now, for those who were confused about my talk about a staircase before, what I did is using this spell, you can just chain these and just keep going higher, as long as you got magic to do it. Problem is, that doesn't help me with a lot of my problems. Because a lot of my problems are keycard based right now. Or unlocking teleports. Which, none of the above have happened. Which really, the keycard issue is the same between Fusion and this, really. Is both need keycards to go places. Because ordinarily, you'd be able to go to the past. But we can't because we don't have the item. Trying to think, is there anything clever I can do? Is there's vines in the way up above here where we are now. There's vines in the way up above to the right of here. I can't go into the door below me because I need to go there in the past. I can't go to that one in between these two warp points because there's vines blocking it going to the left. I'm pretty sure I am just hooped here. Is over here, keycard door. The area I used the magic staircase to get to was the area on the other side of here. Going from down here. Because you basically just... Well, if you don't wall yourself in, you climb up on these blocks to get up there. Trying to use a little bit of extra height from the stairs for this demonstration. Because you just keep doing this. Now, obviously, I used a restorative item to get up there the rest of the way before, which I'm not going to burn one for demonstration purposes there. But that's exactly how you would do that if you don't have what you're supposed to have to do that. Yeah, because I can't read, so I can't open those. Because all those data slates are checks, too. But I need a PDA to be able to read them, and I don't have that. Yep, all these doors are closed, and this man is useless. So... The closest thing to useful I can do, then, is try to farm items. There's really not a lot of point in doing that at the moment. Is there anything I can pull out of my brain pan here to try to come up with something? If I don't come up with something soon, we'll just go to a stall game. Even for a while. Hold around out today's stream. Because there's certainly plenty of stall games I could go to. I don't really want to end up ending, of course, in 2 hours. That's a little too low. Any item checks or spots that I'm forgetting about anywhere in this world? So we'll just take a quick trip back via the actual walking path here. It's where we defeated the first boss. Save point. I don't think there's a breakable wall that leads into the area over here. I'm going to check to be sure. I'm always suspicious of those weird single block spaces in games like this. You should always check those. Because if there's an area surrounded by map, but there's just an empty space there, you can be pretty confident that there will be a secret door there somewhere. Not in this case, though. In this case, a hole is just a hole. But you know, a guy can dream. No, this had already been a secret area over here, so I suppose I shouldn't be too shocked that there wasn't a second one right across from it. That would be asking a little much. So So yeah, I think that is just it then. Is the only reason that wasn't mapped is because I didn't jump in that one little narrow bit there. I remember learning that one the hard way when I was playing this game normally ages ago. Now, picking up things like the Siren Ink is fairly useful, because I believe one of the side quests in the game does ask for that. But I don't even know if side quests are going to matter here in the randomization. I know we skipped all of them when I did the rando by itself before. So we can just hope that I'm remembering wrong about this being... Nope. Maybe this one will burn. Maybe the other one just is stupid and doesn't burn. Yeah, that's about what I figured was gonna happen. Gotta burn it in the past. It's too far, like, stonified or something now. I'm pretty sure there's no actual, like, logical reason for it. I'm pretty sure that's just one of those things that it's set in the code where you have to burn it in the past, because you wouldn't have the ability to burn it in the present. And they just never considered the option of a world in which somebody has the ability to burn it when they're not supposed to. Yeah, this is all the known world we have. This is everywhere we can go. Huh. Try something stupid. Pretty sure this won't work. This will probably do literally nothing. Yeah, because they thought about that with how these are placed. I may or may not have been trying to jam myself through the wall with that. But let's not do that. Let's not do things like that to begin with. That would be very silly. So I think we're going to have to jump to a stall game for a while. And just hope that something good happens soon, TM. Let's take a look at the feed, see if anything else happened. Nope. Okay. A few things got sent out, but nothing our way. Okay, then. What we'll do is we'll play a stall game for like an hour, see if anything happens. If nothing happens, we'll probably pass the party along and go from there then. That's probably as good an idea as any. Now, what do I want to do to stall? That's the question. Something that'll be good for like only an hour. Especially something I could just leave everything else on without it being a problem, so I don't have to sit here and reconnect everything. So it'll probably auto-disconnect after a bit anyway. Yeah, we'll just stall with some Mega Bunk. Mega Bunk's always a good way to burn some time. The title slightly. There you go. This way people understand, like, why aren't you doing the archipelago stuff? Like, well, gee, I wonder, could it be because of the things said that right in the title? I'll just have to remember to put the time spinner feed back in the future. I'll just disappear the current text so I don't have to sit there and adjust it all. And we will go ahead and click to another PNG because this one's not relevant for this. There we go. That'll do. It's time to stall. So for anybody that hasn't seen Megabonk before, well, that would be mildly surprising for one. For two, if you've played Vampire Survivors or anything in that vein, it's very similar to that, except it's three-dimensional and there is actually an amount of platforming you can do to avoid your problems. As you can see, I've played a decent bit of it. Not as much as some people, but enough. You've got characters like the Mega Chad, who literally can win fights by flexing, and his aura is unstoppable. Got a Fox Mage, you got a Knight, got Calcium the Skeleton, got an Ogre, got a Rubit, Lady Robin Hood, Birdman, Tony McZoom, Monkey, generic gas mask man who poisons everything, a ninja, and a blood mage. You know, got some good options here. Got some good options. Let's see. We'll go and do a Calcium run. Calcium's fun. Can I find his theme quick enough? If I can find it quickly, I'll go ahead and use his theme. There it is. Now, Calcium's whole shtick is the longer he's going, the faster he goes. It was thanks to his skateboard. Stupid tornadoes. And he throws bones at things. And pick up a damage boost there. I haven't used the Space Noodle yet, so you know what? Space Noodle. I'm not sure how well it'll work for Calcium, but you know what? We got it. Deal extra damage to bosses. Kickflip to victory. Every character can also crouch to slide on ledges. Free, thank you for the raid. Hey, what were you up to today? Hopefully y'all are doing well. We're just buying time in the hopes that some checks will happen to get us moving along here with the archipelago we're doing. That is true, Ninjask does work that way. Yeah, hopefully y'all had a good time, and you will enjoy hanging along for this nonsense for a little while. Exactly. Behold, the giant fork that lets us mega crit things. We are attacking things with the giant fork using the Space Noodle. Everything makes perfect sense and there's no reason to explain anything. Just go ahead and set a nuke off, you know, as you do. Flame Trail could be fun. Understandable. Battlefield can get frustrating at times. Hopefully made some good progress with the music you were working on, though. My chat stopped scrolling, so I had to take a second to fix that in order to be able to read anything. Ooh, yeah. If you're doing a lot of work and then the tracker just says no, I could definitely see just not even bothering at that point until they get that fixed, which may or may not happen anytime quick. But hopefully that'll get it fixed pretty quickly. Something I need to remember, the Space Noodle doesn't seem to do damage to the thing it's attached to. I knew it damaged things that it touched. I really assumed the thing it was attached to would take damage too. But what do I know? Yeah, make the bones bounce. That'll make them more useful. Moai heads give you goodies. Sure, we'll take the 10% chance for free chests. Whee! Main shtick that's going on here, though, is since we're at tier 3, we have to beat 3 bosses to win this run. And each boss is triggered by that teleporter, like the one that red arrow on the minimap there is pointing at right now. We are not up to spec for fighting a boss yet, but let's do something fun. Now there'll be 2 of him. Because that won't end poorly for me at all. Just a straight up damage increase. Good by me. I'll always take a little bit more power. I really should have taken that projectile increase when I had the opportunity to make my bones more effective. The reason I didn't is I don't think it'll affect the Space Noodle. Oh yeah, mini-bosses also count for the boss curse, by the way, as you see here. So now we have 2 sand golems to deal with. I don't really want any of these. Try again. There's the projectile count. You know what? We'll try it. Maybe I'll get 2 space noodles. Fall damage is a thing, by the way, which, you know, that works out great for you, doesn't it? Oh, both those had health in them. Look at that. It's a shame that the space noodle isn't solid and I can't, like, trip these golems with it. That'd be very entertaining. Give me the loot. Mirror, that's a good one. Anytime you get hit within a certain cooldown, it will just reflect the damage. You don't get hurt anymore. And the overpowered lamp, +1 chance to proc on hit effects. We don't really have any on hit effects particularly. But, you know, we got that. We got a neat lamp. It does stuff. Sometimes. More projectile count, more bones. Getting bullied by bone tumbleweeds and help. Swarm incoming is bad news for me right now. That means lots of regular small enemies are going to be spawning in mass. And it gets real ugly sometimes depending on how your setup's working. Case in point of us getting slightly overwhelmed right now. There we go, we unlocked another calcium skin by killing enough enemies with calcium. You know what? Movement speed. Yes, why not? Since his attack does scale with movement speed, getting actual movement speed upgrades is actually more useful than you might think. And the faster we go, the more we can loop these noodles around. Like that, and just rinse a crowd with just a noodle. Stop time and nuke them. That seems like a great idea. They'll never know what hit them. Exactly. The most powerful of noodles. I did not realize it was going to reach all the way out to an enemy in the distance there. Interesting. Wait. Tumbleweed. They have a bunch of experience in them, and for those who haven't played this before, you are going to want to break those tumbleweeds because there are 2 items you can get out of it. The katana and the shotgun are both like 5% drops from tumbleweeds. It's a little silly. Yeah, sure. Spawn Borger. Everyone could do with more Borger. Raise the difficulty a little bit because that's fun. If you're wondering, does calcium reach uncontrollable speeds at some point? The answer is yes, especially if you keep giving him speed tome increases like I am. Eventually, you will break the sound barrier. There we go. Now I just get paid for existing. You'll love to see it. Magnet does exactly what you'd expect. The Altar of Suck will bring all of the things that are scattered around the map experience-wise to me. And considering the amount of enemies I've left experience behind from, this will be very useful. provided it can catch up to me. That's gonna be the one problem, is it's gotta get to me. Oh, scorpions are showing up now. This is the one danger to going fast, is running into things, especially during a sandstorm. Because that's one of the unique things about the desert is, you know, sandstorms, where you can't see anything. You actually have just a full scorpion emote there, huh, Free? Excellent. Emotes for all occasions. That's what we like best. Now let's just go ahead and spawn little Anubis. This is going to end poorly for me. Nice. That's right, you did mention you have a scorpion. I remember things occasionally. Oh, goddamn. But I suppose you wouldn't want just one. Oh, yep, we're dying. We're gonna die. Nope, his laser ran out. Never mind, we're okay. Everything's fine. I really thought with all that speed I could just outrun the laser. Turns out I can't. Oh, that's the end of that skeleton. His bones have been broken. Maybe him skill issue? Interesting. See, I knew there were different breeds of scorpions. I never really considered it that much. If I'm honest. I would have never known what any of those were by name. Wow, that is a lot of scorpions. Then again, they exist in a lot more places than people would expect. Now, how all this works is you can toggle items on and off, and that's why I have a lot of things off right now. Makes sense. So I was working on things in particular before, but you know what? Let's go ahead and just turn everything on and just let chaos reign. Fun fact, this game also has crowd control. So apparently crowd control is working on things that you'll be able to use crowd control for literally any game, which sounded interesting. But I don't think that's been worked on enough to be like, oh yeah, this is a thing that you can do quite yet. Ooh. Be careful with ideas like that. One mistake and I'm assuming that's gonna be a really big problem. I probably should save up for like the weapon slot or the tome slot. Done one run with Birdo. Done a bunch of runs with all y'all. You know what, Vlad, you're gonna get another try. Go ahead and go back to random. Game's gonna freak out a little bit as I'm clicking through this because it does not appreciate when you click through the songs too fast. Now, the joy of blood magic is it just hits a target. Just does a burst of magic that destroys whatever it's pointed at. And occasionally you'll get more max health from it. Now, the downside to Vlad here is, as you can see, kind of slow. Built-in lifesteal, which is nice, but you kind of need to build him up kind of tanky if you want him to have a prayer. Or build him up to have a lot of speed, but you're going to need to, you know, have speed options show up. On the bright side, we're getting a good amount of projectile count increases, so we might actually be able to protect some area here. Sounds good, Free. Enjoy your dinner, and thank you again for the raid. Chance to freeze enemies on hit. That'll be useful. Don't really want any of those. Try again. More blood magic. Which I think I do need to get the lifesteal tome leveled up a bunch. No, that's how I unlocked blood magic, I think. I don't remember. It's been too long. I do so many things, and then so many of them leave my brain. Oh yeah, something I should probably do so people don't get wrong idea. There we go. Disappear the incentive till we go back to actually doing archipelago stuff. Since that's only for the archipelago. Wouldn't want somebody to donate and then not have anything actually happen. Not that there's a system in place for that really anyway, it's all done by my hand, but, you know. I did not mean to pick up whatever I picked up there. I was clicking back into the window and ended up with something. Looks like it was the lifesteal tome, though, so that's probably fine. That's either lifesteal or health. Not health, because I don't have more than 100 health. Oh, the regen tome. I forgot that one existed, but you know what? That's fine to have, too. You can do some incredible moves with the physics of this game if you have the right setup for it. Like go launching yourself off of a hill halfway across the map and things like that. Now, it's worth noting, you cannot get rid of tomes once you have them. Once you have a tome attached to you, it's stuck there. They put some super glue on it when it touches your hand, it's just stuck there now. You just can't do anything with it. Nah. I was debating the XP tome because it would be handy to have extra experience, but we'll strike things down with lightning. Get us a little bit of extra coverage. Rage is nice because, exactly as it says there, it makes you attack faster and hit harder. It can be very powerful with certain setups because it basically makes you attack instantly with some setups. So you will just destroy everything in sight before it even knows what's happening. It can be rather convenient that way at times. Go ahead and get some more lightning. Now that is the one downside to the physics of this game, is you can get caught up on enemies pretty easily sometimes, depending on the character you're playing and the movement you have. I need that move speed. I would love that extra projectile count to keep clearing with, but I need to be able to get away. Some free evasion. Not bad, not bad. Tumbleweed, come here. Oh, that's a bad time for the sand golem to appear. Hey, big guy, how you doing? I'm still activating this. You can't stop me. You're too slow. Yeah, for all those out there, there is a lurk command as well, but I added the redeem for those who do not want to pop a command up, since I know there's differences there for people. This way you have multiple options. And Twitch definitely needs a reminder now and then that people actually exist. Whee! Wow! Ah, the poison. My blood. I'm melting. Extra damage to enemies over 90% health. We'll take that. It's not great, but it'll work. Speed. Oink. You know what? Tornadoes will work as well. Tornadoes will be good for pushing enemies off of me. Whee! Not that tornado, though. Not the one I wanted. But we can use it to our advantage, except I don't have double jump that I've only now realized as I was plummeting from the sky. Because you can get additional jumps in this game. Before anybody's like, oh yeah, you're just used to it from Castlevania. No, this game does have double jumping, just not right now. Not with this guy. Keep getting offered such good regen tome options. You know what? Fine. I'll go over 100 regen. Make my tornadoes stronger. I really need to get the quantity tome right about now. Size tome is also a thought, though. It would work for the blood magic and for the tornadoes. It really wouldn't help the lightning too much. But bouncing lightning will help clear up some of the crowd problems, too. Because it basically starts operating as chain lightning at that point. Now, our biggest issue is none of our stuff is manually targeted or particularly targeted at all, other than the tornadoes will generally hit things near you. So that gets a little scuffed at times. That's the options you're giving me, huh, game? Okay, more health regen it is, then. Oh, I unlocked these recently. Turbo Socks have 15% more move speed. This guy desperately needed that, so this is good news. Yes, a golden glove. You know what? I challenge ye. Okay, scorpions. That's fine. Those challenge shrines are kind of like shrines of battle from, like, Risk of Rain. They'll just spawn a handful of elite enemies in front of you. Of whatever type it feels like that time. They will be ones that are relevant to the map, so you won't just, like, end up with an enemy from the desert in the forest or anything. So I kind of wish that would happen, because that'd be fun. Just have, like, some scorpions appear in the forest and really confuse people. Wow. Whee. This run's going better than I expected it to, and I've now shot myself in the foot with that very statement, as we all know. But now and then you gotta curse yourself, you know? Just like you gotta pace yourself, you gotta curse yourself sometimes. More socks! For the man with no legs. Nyum. I guess he could wear the socks on his hands. His hands might get cold. Extra projectile count. The silver would have been a good idea because the silver's meta currency that I'm trying to actively save up, but there's always an argument back and forth whether something that increases the amount of meta currency you get is better or something that makes you live longer is better. Because if you live longer, you get more currency. But if you get more currency, you get more currency. You follow the thought there? It's like, either way, it's kind of the same. The one that lets you last longer might multiply better. This is also the bandit. He's another character. I don't think I can fight him right now, because if you touch the statue, you have to fight him. It's kind of like locking eyes with someone in Pokemon. You just have to fight. Ooh, Demonic Soul, yes. Now every enemy I kill gives me 8.01 extra damage, so eventually it will scale up and do terrifying things. I'm also a silly man and forgot that I already got the quantity tome that I was cycling to go get. So, you know. Go ahead and banish the evasion tome. I'm not gonna want that here. Now, if I were a smarter man, I would have prepared some of the stuff I got from Lurkit. And then we would have just jumped into sponsor mode, essentially, while we waited for the stuff to pop up in Archipelago. But, you know, this is fine. Sometimes you're too busy making PNGs to come up with good plans. Stonks. All the stonks. Wait. Yes. Time frozen stonks. Yes. Give me all of your money. You can't stop me because you can't move. I will shake you all down. We've almost doubled our HP because of blood magic at this point, by the way. The joys of stealing the life of your enemies. It's not like they're using it after you kill them anyway, right? Exactly. Priorities. Oh no, the Scorpinussi's after me. Don't blame me for the name, it's right there on screen. I didn't do it. And there we go. That XP boost. There's so many boss curses on this map. Oh no. They really want me to go all in and just have 3 Anubis. This is to fight. Gotta say, don't think I'm up to that. Don't think this is going that well. Sure, more power-up drop chance. I'm down with that. Money for moving. Mr. Moai Head, what do you have for me? Yeah, you know what? A fair and balanced judgment's fair. I'll take the slippery ring, thank you. Don't ask why it's slippery. I feel like we're happier not thinking about it. Beer. You know what? Since I can just gain more max HP, I'm fine with giving some of that up for more damage. That's perfectly fine. After this run ends, I'll take a quick look at the tracker and see if anything in particular has happened, and we'll probably go another time or two. Oh, after that. That seems like a good plan. Gotta keep things relatively organized, you know? I do appreciate y'all hanging in along with me, even though I changed the plan at the last minute there. Or due to the little bit of blockage that was happening. And of course, I appreciate every single one of y'all that chose to pass your communities on over to me. I know my introduction got very garbled part of the way there because I was in 6 places at once mentally. But, you know, do make sure to give all of the love to all of these people. Do it. Do the thing. Nope, too broke, too poor. Can't open boxes anymore. Isn't that a familiar feeling? Oh, I was not paying attention to the timer. Well, this is a shame. This run's going to end prematurely. The final swarm is here, which means a bunch of ghosts are going to keep spawning infinitely until they kill me. Now, this may not seem that different to what's been happening normally, but these guys get stronger a lot faster. And more importantly, they get a lot faster as well. Which you'll be seeing here very shortly. And we don't know where the boss shrine is at all, because there would be an arrow on my minimap if I had seen it. So it must be in one of these corners that I haven't been to. So let's see if we can blitz it. We might be able to make it work. That'll involve finding it. Because if I can kill the boss fast enough, we can still get away with this. Since we seem to have decent control of the field at the moment. I'm only half paying attention where I'm going because I'm looking at the map. Yeah, notice how they've turned into like shadow creatures now. They're much faster and much stronger now. That's where it becomes an issue. Though we seem to be holding our own, sort of. Yep, it's gotten bad. It's getting bad. Wow. The handy thing is when they start smashing into you like that, they will push you around. Now the downside of that is situations like what's happening right here where they're trapping me. Thankfully, we have enough lifesteal and enough regen that I'm kind of tanking it. Hang on. Pausing for chest. Another demonic soul, that's great. I have officially lost control of my life. Ah. Oh. Nope, I refuse. I will not go with you yet. I will not go quietly into the dark night. Ah! Help. Said help. There it is. That's one of my favorite things about that at final phase, though, is you just start getting thrown around. I discovered how that works by accident very early on because I had an incredibly tanky setup on Sir Oofy very early on. It's just like, okay, I fly now. Oh, I will. Yeah. There's always next time. Let me take a look at the tracker right quick. Let's see. A lot of good stuff is happening, just none of it seems to have quite gone our way yet. More people are popping in, though, so they might be able to make something happen, so I'll stall longer. Here, let me make an adjustment here. Because if we're gonna show them who's boss, I'll show how to really show them who's boss. We'll leave it just with those. The Tums can stay as they are, that's fine. We shall show them the power of the Mega Chad. That's what it looked like, yeah. So his only attack at start is this aura that's around him. Just pure aura power. Damn right we will. Let's see, damage tome. So when he gets attacked occasionally, he will just flex instead of taking damage, and then they will take the damage instead. And my favorite thing about that is it will actually work on fall damage. You will just flex on the planet. In fact, it should be off cooldown now. Nope, it wasn't. Just broke my legs. And what makes it even better is he gains a damage bonus the more he flexes. So if you keep making him flex more, he will just get stronger. Like, it is my favorite dumb thing about this game. It's just Mega Chad in general. See? Flexed on the planet. You can't hurt me if I don't let you hurt me, game. I am just too cool. A bit of lifesteal. Mega Chad's just out here, as the kids say, aura farming. Now you'll see those little ghosts popping out of them now. What that is that cursed doll I picked up just is cursing everything that walks near me, which also makes the aura more effective. You can realistically hit a point with Mega Chad where he could literally just stand there and you could walk away and he'll win the game on his own to a certain degree. Like, he could just turn this into an idle game if he gets built out right. Get a move speed, sure. What you gonna do, huh? Look at this grin. You think you could stop this smile? That's right, you can't. And he poses as his idle animation, too. See, I have hands off the controls right now. I am unbothered. Oh, had to flex on him. Guess I should start moving again. Exactly. That's what makes this game great. Is just dumb things like that. They put in so many just silly touches. Sure, we'll spawn more elites. Why not? More games should be willing to just do silly things. because it just makes them so much better. Go ahead and keep increasing our max health. I was debating the chunkers, but what I think I'm going to go for is blood magic to raise my max health and Aegis for the shields. That's probably a good idea. Go like maximum unable to die. So I do need to get the size tome so I can expand my aura. Once the aura expands, it's over for them. Up, Chunkum the Terrible is here. Big Pig Man over there. I don't really have anything good for fighting Chunkum right now, so that's actually an issue that he's here. Because I have to hit him with my aura, and his hitbox is kind of big. There we go, there's our blood magic. What, you think you're all that? Flex on the bacon. Just walk right into him and flex on him. I've made mistakes, but it'll be fine. Now, another neat little effect this game has is you'll notice the music's actually slowing down as our health gets lower. It will actually, like, go into almost a creepy super slow-mo when you get really, really low on health. It's actually kind of upsetting. There we go, Size Tome. Which that'll work for our blood magic too, so that's actually like double good. Oh, it's for more health, perfect. You cannot hurt me if my health bar is longer than your ability to spawn. I do wonder, can I actually get my health bar to be longer than the screen? 'Cause I don't think the health bar physically extends. But if it did, I would absolutely try to extend it across the screen. The faster you move, the more attack speed you gain. I wish I had these skates with calcium. That would have been beautiful. But attack speed does affect aura triggering, so it's actually still good, as you can see by how much it's ticking against them now. But I need a lot more damage before this mob can really be kept away from me. Come on, man, I'm just gonna charge this. You ain't stopping me. Okay, maybe you're stopping me. Yep. I was hoping that was gonna work, but there was a problem with my plan. The problem was, since I grabbed that extra jump, I didn't move to the side, because I'm like, oh yeah, I could just move aside as I jump again. There's a trick to that, as it turns out. Your double jump doesn't work if you get pushed off a ledge. Turns out I needed to jump first. So Mega Chad died much quicker than he ordinarily would, because I made a silly decision. So let's try that again. Look at the smile. I don't think I've heard this song. I don't know whose theme this is. The random can hit any character's theme, and it can also hit a bunch of different songs that are just in the game for like stages and such as well. Maybe this is like Tony McZoom's theme. That would make sense. Sounds like something he would have. Microwaves are basically item copiers, but we don't have anything to feed it right now. Projectile count doesn't help us. Yes. Grow, my aura. Grow. Bigger. Spin. Spin. I should actually, like, actively, yeah, walk into them a bit, so I flex. Is it a... No, the description for flex isn't on this screen. I cannot rationalize my thought process there. or with any backing. It's fine. Moldy cheese to poison my enemies. Any of those pink numbers you see, that's the poison damage from the moldy cheese taking effect. And you actually need to poison tons of enemies with moldy cheese to unlock the gas mask guy. As you might expect, poison damage is important to him. Yeah, extra damage to elites will be good. Since staying near elites is going to be awkward until we get Aegis. Hey, speaking of Aegis, there we go. Now, as long as I have one of these shields up, the next hit that hits us just gets deflected. Just straight up gets blocked. And you'll notice flexing also still counts. So we still get the benefits of flexing. It would be nice if flexing and shields were separate, so I would have just another full block, but you know, can't have everything in life. Even when you look like this. Oh yeah, these guys are fun. They explode, which doesn't do much damage, but they launch you. You can actually just, like, travel the map via explosions. Whee! Like that. Wah! Aim it, aim it, yeah! Thank you! Who needs move speed when you have explosive propulsion? I didn't want to leave. Oh, well, I thought the flex was going to keep me from moving. Oh, boy. Block the planet. Yeah, because Aegis, just like flexing, can block gravity. It's a beautiful thing. You could stop the world with a smile. Oh, Chunkum's back. Where is he? There he is. What's up? What you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do about me? Are you gonna try to attack me, huh? Goodbye! Try to catch me now. So fun fact, their ranged attacks are like near global range, so he can actually still try to hit me while he chases me even at this distance. It's very silly. Ah! Kick the pot over for money. And away! Oh, that's bad timing for a swarm. The funniest thing is I say things like that, but the swarms are always at the same times. So you absolutely know when the swarm's going to happen. I just don't pay attention. I want to get to that rage. Nope, I ain't getting it, am I? Yep, I shouldn't have gotten greedy and went for it. I should not have done it. Shouldn't have done it. But I wanted it too badly. He's now going to be forever crouching. That is his existence now. Let's see. Oh, wow. A lot of good stuff for people happening here. Let's see. Oh, neat. They got some very good things out of their tutorial. Nothing for me, but there's a couple real good things for some of the Ocarina players coming out of what is being done right now. Okay. No more Mega Chad foolishness. As fun as he is. Let's show off something else. Those anymore. Don't need that anymore either. This is all good otherwise. Let's be toxic. Now, Amog's main thing is any poison that kills spreads to other enemies, just by default. And his default weapon is poison bottles, so, you know, you can see where that goes immediately. They don't start off very effective, but boy, can it scale out of control. I definitely want attack speed. I want to be throwing more bottles. Basically, I'm going to be going for number of bottles and fast bottles primarily. The most overpowered thing that I made to begin with probably was the first time... was it the first time I was playing Ninja? No. Actually, yeah, one of the most overpowered things was probably one of those early Sir Oofy builds where I literally couldn't die. I had so much durability that I think I lasted like 4 or 5 minutes into the final wave because they just couldn't kill me. Like, he would just win by existing. Oh, that's all of the automated messages all happening to time together because, unfortunately, no matter how I time them out, occasionally they will land on each other. So, sorry for everyone's ability to read the chat right now. Though it is important to remind everybody about that 50% discount on all commissions. If anybody needs pixel work done, feel free to let me know, even if it isn't something on the list for that Ko-fi. I will be happy to discuss other options for people. Whatever y'all need done. No, I don't want any of those. I want the more quantity, but I need to upgrade my flasks as well. Is the size increases for it is important. Is the larger the burst that comes off of it is, the more enemies will be poisoned at once, and then they can start sharing the poison back and forth. And then it just starts multiplying. Size boost. Now we're throwing 3 bottles at once, so it'll keep scaling. Ironically enough, one of the biggest things that slows Amog down at the beginning is actually the rate at which enemies spawn. There's not enough enemies early on for him to really shine. Because if there was just large quantities of enemies, he would actually be able to scale his poison very quickly. One of the things I'm really hoping to get is there's one that... I believe it makes your damage increase the more enemies you currently have poisoned. If I get that, this run's over. That's just a victory straight off, because our poison scaling is silly. And your poison spread counts off of things that are poisoned by moldy cheese as well. So if we get that, then all of our weapons basically qualify for our passive. And you can see where that's going to start cascading from there. Max speed. I don't really know what I want the third weapon to be. I was debating the Space Noodle again, because that would have decent coverage. I may actually take those bones if they pop up again. His Poison Bone is actually very good. Oh yeah, and don't think you'd be safe if you like climbed on top of a building, by the way, because every enemy in this game can either climb or fly. So they'll find a way to get to you, regardless of what you choose to do. Amog here's another one of the ones, though, that I started to make a really broken setup with. It's like, look how fast, once I can really start hitting him with poison, how fast his health bar turns purple and just drops. Like, you can just melt things with poison, as long as you can focus it on them. You know what? Spawn more enemies. I need more targets. Bunch of ogres, huh? That's not ideal. They got a lot of health. But it's okay. They'll be great carriers for my poison. That would be invincibility. That would be nice, but it's buried in bad right now, so we'll come back to that in a minute. Here? That would have been great on any of the Mega Chad runs, because that's something I was looking for him. So the mirror will save our lives, so it's a good thing to have either way. Because our biggest weakness right now is we have gaps in our attacks. There are just gaps where we're not doing anything. So you gotta be careful of things like that. But like, look at how the enemies are just popping. Like, it starts from the ones near me, and then they just start popping in one after another once the poison starts running through the crowd. It's so nasty, but it's so good. And I passed up the size tome like a fool, but I wanted to get the bones to weaken things. Free chest. Summon the spirits of those who have poisoned to death. Spiky shield. That would have also been better on the Mega Chat run, but it's not bad to have. Thorns are always useful. Where's my moldy cheese? There you go. Size tome for the bottles to get larger. The bones will also get larger, but that's less relevant for them. Ooh, you've given me a hell of a choice here, game. Now, stick to the main thing. I was very tempted by that strong blood magic upgrade, but blood magic's kind of just a side thing for us right now. That's meant to just get us a bit more max health, which it seems to have been successful in so far. So I'm definitely fine with that. Slide! Oh, that was almost real bad. I'm glad I cut that slide where I did, or that would have been really unfortunate, just sliding right into the balls of an ogre. Absolutely nothing of what you were gonna ever want in your life. He'd be mad, you'd be sad, he'd just crush you, it'd be awful. Everything about it would be bad. Go ahead and grab the luck increase, because that'll make things we get better. Because, like, it'll raise the odds of, like, those rarer bonuses, like these. Which just scale up what the effect of the bonus is up a little bit. Depending on how rare it is, the scaling is stronger. More or less. Poison, poison, poison for everyone. Poison, poison, poison for you. Poison for him. Poison for her. Poison for everybody over there. Do 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 do. Frolicking through the poisoned fields. Do 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 do. Gone in a circle, haven't I? I sure have. But thankfully there's somewhere to go down there. Whee! Swarm time, huh? Take the armor. We don't have much armor. But we've got a means of generating max health, so we don't necessarily need to get max health. X speed right now. More bottles we throw at them, the more they will be poisoned. Look at that swarm just melt away. Like, they really were not a threat. As soon as the loop starts, it's just over for them. Get the bones to bounce, because that'll make them twice as effective, quite literally. We don't really want to be on a hill so much, because moving on a hill is awkward. It is actually worth jumping as well with Amog because you can throw your bottles a little bit further if you jump. You know what? Sure. Multi-boss. We're running out of time, though. I'm gonna have to go fight the boss, like, sharpish. He's right there, actually. Let's grab the shrine, then, and then we'll fight him. Ooh, there's also... Ooh, the bush guy here. He's another character that I haven't unlocked, because every time I fight him, I lose. He's got a lot of hit points. And is just generally very dangerous. Despite how much damage we're doing right now with Amog, I don't think we're up to dealing with him right now. Considering it's taking me a little bit to melt these golems down. Probably not really a plan. Especially since I'm not sure if it would actually count as spawning two of him. If it spawned two bush, that would be hilarious, but also a nightmare for me. Since he's got something on the order of usually like 20,000 hit points. Something like that. And he packs a wallop as well. Let's go ahead and spawn the actual bosses. Little Bark, who also has 20,000 hit points, but is a much bigger target, is much slower. And arguably his attacks are less dangerous for the most part. Right now we're slow enough that that big root attack is going to be a bit of an issue. In fact, we're actually slow enough that he might just generally be an issue. I'm also staying a little too far away from him to really be able to take advantage of our bonuses. Oh, this is bad. This is a sad day. Can I charge this fast enough? Because I get a healing aura when I charge these. Okay, it's working, it's working. I'm stuck. One of them's about to die, though. Speed up. Gotta go. Use the healing aura a little bit again. Whee! This is fine. Just run from healing aura to healing aura until the fight's over. Or is this gonna be the plan here? Ooh, Phantom Shroud. After evading, deal double damage to the next attack and gain increased attack and move speed. It'd be great if I had more evasion, but you know what? I'll take what I can get. Oh, I'm stuck again because I couldn't see. Too much ogre in the way. Final swarm incoming. This is bad news for me, but also good news for me somewhat. Okay, he's fully poisoned. He'll die. I hear shoot. Ah, not before launching me into the air again, though. I understand. Use the bones a bit. Now, the good news is when the boss of a map dies, they drop a magnet, essentially, for you. So you get to pull in everything that's on the map. So we're about to gain a lot of levels from all the stuff we were trailing around. Get a bunch of size for big potion bottles. Now, having won the fight, we walk through the portal and go to Tier 2. Now, Tier 2 is still a forest, but a little different. Welcome to the Deep Forest, where the vibes are off. And I just throw hundreds of bones. Oh, nice. That chest was free, so I can go grab the other one, too. This is why it's nice having the keys, is because you can just do silly things like buy, like, $1,000 chests and then buy another $1,000 chest right afterward, even without having money. Oh. You know, I just realized something. Hang on. Did I forget to do a thing? No, I did turn that back on. Okay. I was really concerned for a moment there that I forgot to turn Discord activity back on. Oh, I appreciate that. The vibes of the forest are off, but I'm glad the vibes in here are good. Which, to be fair, wouldn't be surprising if the vibes of this forest are off when I'm poisoning everything in here. Probably doesn't help. We're casting like 10 hits of blood magic at a time. That's what all those red ripples are. That is the most blood magic I've seen at any time. What a day. Throwing bones, blood magic, and poison everywhere. You can also get the enemies to like move pieces of terrain around. Like you see that thing tumbling over there. They'll just push it around trying to get at you. It's a lot of fun. Ack, no. Super B, no. Oh, this could hurt. Okay, we're okay. This hurts less than where we were. This is fine. Our big weakness right now is, as much as we have lots of attacks, our attacks are kind of weak still. Like, we fell behind on scaling a little bit here. Extra jump at this point is probably a good idea, because Super B is a problem. Look at all those bones go flying off into the distance. Yeah, take a look at that 58,000 hit points this old boy's got here. And just watch it all go away. Because as long as I'm in the right range, I can just do so much harm. But I gotta get kind of close is the real disadvantage we have, other than our individual damage not being that great. Because our bones have long range and our blood magic has long range, but our main Solver is the poison, and that has short range. Give me some life steal, because that'll probably be good. Oh, never mind, we just got stuck. That's a very easy thing to have happen, especially on hills, is you'll just get caught up on enemies and just juggle to death. Okay, let's have another look at that tracker, shall we? Ooh. Okay. Does that actually do anything for me? I need to think. Is we got high jump for fusion. Just need to think if that actually does anything for me. I'm not sure it does anything for me right now, because I can't actually get to anywhere where I would be using high jump. We can go take a look, though, before we wrap up. As I had said, I was going to stall till the 3-hour mark, and we're past that. So let's go take a look back at Fusion, see if high jump does anything for me right quick, and if it doesn't, then we'll wrap up and pass things on. Seem like a plan? Sound like a plan. Means it's also time for me to shrink again. Beheld! I need to bring the screen for Fusion back up, which is this one. And bring it back up for y'all, which is this one. Text back up, which is adjusted. I'm gonna do all of this and then find out that this doesn't help me here right now. But you know what? We're gonna try. We're gonna have a look. We're gonna see if anything happens. And if it doesn't, well... We can say we made an effort. Okay. Demonstrate the benefits of high jump. We need to get out of these small rooms. Where can I go where I can actually show the height of high jump and what I can get to? Oh, this'll do. Whee! Like, it's 1.5 times your jump, basically, with high jump. Which is fairly handy. Makes a lot of ledges easier to reach. Thing is, I don't know if it allows me to reach anything actually beneficial. Might be able to get up there. There's no items in there. High jump doesn't get me anywhere in there. I think it gets me anywhere in here either. So no, I don't think high jump actually changed anything for us. It's like, I could do some real goofy nonsense with a high jump morph ball or something, but I don't think there's actually an access point on that side, for example. Like, high jump's really nice to have. Like, it is one of my favorite side benefits, for sure. Because it just makes traveling the map way quicker. But I think we might still be up a creek. There's nothing up there either. Yeah, without missiles or bombs or power bombs, we're just kind of stuck at the moment. Or one of the key cards. One of the key cards would make a huge difference as well. Like, even just level 1 key card, I think, would allow us to do a few things. Because it would get us access to sectors 3 and 4. Which... Sector 3 is the water area. So there's not a ton we'd be able to do there. Oh no, Sector 3 is not water. 4 is water? Yeah, 4 is water. Because I remember the water sector, because you come in from the right and have to go to the left. And it's obviously also completely underwater for the most part, so it's got its problems. 3 is... What is 3? I forget what 3 is. Is 3 pyro? Yeah, I think 3 is pyro with the way this is laid out. Which has lots of hot rooms, but there's a bunch of checks you can get in here, as you can see. Some of which are going to need speed booster to get to, though, so that's still going to be its own whole issue there, so that will complicate things. And then there's Sector 5 and 6, Arctic and Nocturne, which we're really not going to be able to do anything with, even if we do get into those. Until we get some suits and some other odds and ends. So yeah, I think, unfortunately, we are still BK'd, even with that. There's about to be a bunch more checks happening. So I think what we'll do is we will still dawdle around a little bit, and I'll, like, poke and prod at things some more. Because there should be another burst of checks coming here in a minute. So there's a very real possibility something will happen to open us up a bit. So I will just try and think of shenanigans in the meanwhile. I already closed Megabonk, and I don't feel like juggling everything around to bring Megabonk back up, since it'll only probably be a few minutes, if anything's gonna happen here. Based on what I'm seeing in the tracker. Trying to think. I mean, we could try this idea, actually. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. But I need to know. That room we were in with the boss fight up here. Not up here, over here. The one that I was showing Argo before because we were talking about accessing it. Not only can I actually get here properly from this side because I don't need to wall jump anymore. I wonder if I can high jump out of there without finishing the fight. No, I'm locked in. Okay, that's what I was afraid of. We'll just bully the false form here a bit. As I discussed before, we still can't hurt this. We can knock all the parasites out of it we want, but it can't be hurt without missiles or charge beam. And anything beyond missiles further up will obviously work as well. So that's still dead in the water. I keep getting excited because there's words similar to the thing I would look for. And then it's not actually what I'm looking for at all. There's more people playing, so there's still hope. There's actually renewed hope. I knew my stalling was going to be worth it. Just becomes a matter of will it actually pay off. So I guess while we're waiting, if any of y'all have questions or anything you want to ask, by all means. We're gonna need to buy a bit more time anyway. So I don't think there's like any nested secrets I can get at here or anything. I thought I had turned palette randomization on, which I'm pretty sure did take somewhat effect because that creature there, for example, was not the colors it's supposed to be. But we ended up with a very vanilla Samus and a very vanilla, like, ground layout. Which, when I was testing this, I had a couple really cursed color palettes happen, which was great. Because I don't think there's any, like, sneaky ways in any parts of Tro I can get to or anything. I guess I could try while I'm thinking about it. And also make sure that the floor over in that one corner isn't blocked off like I keep thinking it is. Because it would not be the first time I've convinced myself that there's a place that's inaccessible that is in fact completely accessible. Oh wait, no, there's one check I can get with high jump. I can get past this guy. I have found 2 sets of shoes for Dyla and Stardew over the course of this. I think they were in 2 different games at least, so there's that. Which I didn't even know there were shoe upgrades in Stardew. I thought shoes were just shoes. Huh. I wonder if that, like, makes you move faster or if it... I don't know, because moving doesn't take stamina, so... I don't know. I don't know what that would actually do, but hey, I got a check. I got 1 new check. Look at me. I got the new check. Yeah, because I'm seeing things coming and going, so yeah, it didn't disconnect. Still more stuff getting sent around. Still hope. There's still a chance. And yeah, that is a bomb spot. That's what I assumed. Which is why I never really went all the way into this corner outside of once. But sometimes I have hopeful doubt, if that makes sense. I have, like, hopeful doubt toward my memory. Like, oh yeah, I totally forgot this thing. Even though I didn't forget this thing. I think I can go back in and legally get this checked now. I think high jump lets me get back out of in here. Maybe not, actually. That's kind of high. And that needs screw attack to get across there, so that's not happening. Pretty sure I need space jump to get back out of in there. We certainly don't have that. It would be very funny timing if I had gotten it right as I said that. Totally wasn't actively hinting at the universe for that to happen or anything. Oh yeah, a whole bunch of people starting to start up their seeds now. Maybe I should have stalled harder then. Which, in hindsight, I knew a couple people were going to be starting at this point of the day, so you would think I would have really considered that. Oh well. Many of them are hovering around. Oh wow. BCs are busy. So a lot of different things are happening, not actually, like, all pertaining to that. Okay. Huh. I was catching up on the discussion in the server for that and saw something very odd. I did not realize traps can end up being items in people's inventories. Huh. Never seen that, even with all the times I've sent those sparrow traps back and forth to myself testing Time Spinner. The things you learn about Outer Archipelago by using it and having it just break magnificently sometimes. So I can't do anything here. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, I know I declared BK, but is there anything I'm forgetting? Because I know this area looks accessible, but there's one of those plants in the way that I need missiles to get past, right in that first hallway. Hey, past where the green and blue doors are in those corners. And that's stopping me from getting to anything else in there. There'd be so many checks if I just had even, like, 3 missiles. Or, more accurately, if I could fire the missiles that I have. This is what I get for using the setting where missiles aren't allowed to be fired without specific missile data. But no, it would make it more interesting. And it does. It definitely makes it more complicated. Just also means Got 3 BK'd out games. What I really should be doing if I'm going to be idling in one of these, I probably should be idling in Castlevania, if anything. Because at least then I can gain levels to make the Dracula fight a bit better. Okay, that seed's probably running low on stuff to send, unless it gets broken out. Okay, based on how this is going, by the way, unless something big happens overnight, which it could, considering we got people in all kinds of time zones doing things, and obviously by the time I would start tomorrow, because I usually start at 2 p.m. Eastern, for those who don't know that, and are interested in that information, we will more than likely do some of the games I've gotten codes for from Lurkit tomorrow, buy some time for more checks to happen, and hopefully. And then we will revisit this, potentially on Saturday. Potentially a weird split point where I end up doing it early, because a bunch of things actually happen. You notice how I said I probably should idle in Castlevania and then I didn't do that? Yeah, I noticed that. Let's go ahead and actually go back there for a little while. We'll grind some items, grind some levels. Just hope for the best. In case people didn't realize, one of my key features is I'm very stubborn. So despite the reality of like, hey, you know, you might just not be able to do anything right now, I'm going to keep trying to do things. Let's see. Worms dropped meat, right? I think they did. I can show you all a neat trick with those, which I think is actually shown in the intro to the game. So the fun thing about these poison worm blobs is they actually spawn worms infinitely. So you can just chill here spinning the whip and get infinite items, depending on what they drop. In our case, it's just antidotes. We have seen them drop meat, so I'm like, I may as well just chill here and just chat nonsense while I try to gather meat for healing items. Because you notice they can't even approach you from behind with the whip spin. There we go, there's a piece of meat. Apparently the drop rate on the meat's not great. Which, unfortunately, this is one of the few Metroidvania Castlevanias without a bestiary available to you, so I can't actually check what its drop rate is. Still only have one card, like I thought. How are we doing on meat? We now have 10. Okay. That's better than I usually have for healing items, but you know what? We may as well keep getting more. There we go, number 11. Ordinarily, these would stack only to 10. This I think might be one of the few of these that actually doesn't stop you at 9 of an item. I don't actually know what the stack cap is. We might find out today at the rate this is going. Wouldn't that be a thing? Got poisoned. No. It's almost like I have 14 antidotes or something. 15 meat's probably good enough for now. Make that 16 meat. Trying to think, is there anything I haven't gotten the drops from? Is it supposed to give you any important drop something would have the first time you kill it? There's still 2 items in this area. Am I sure that I've broken every breakable wall in this area? The answer is no, I didn't. There was another one I missed. 10 arrows. Joyous day. Okay, so there's 1 item in this area missing still. I don't think there's another hidden wall in this section, though. I don't know that, but I'm pretty confident about that. And the mummies just drop leather armors, so that doesn't help. What's wrong with the higher part of this room over here? Did I just not bother to go to the higher part? No, not this room. The room above it. Oh yeah, this was the boss room, so I didn't bother going and touching the corner. Okay. A lot of good things getting passed around. Still nothing that breaks us free, though. It's actually like a wild amount of good stuff coming out now, though. You wonder how Astral's accessing some of those places. There's either something I don't know, or Astral's got a different setting going for Time Spinner that made some more stuff available. Which I admittedly did set my settings a little rough. Your curse, huh? Do I need those? I don't really think I need Cure Curse that much, but we'll grab a couple anyway. There's another level.
Hello there.
Hey there again, Callisto. Hopefully today has continued to go well. Trying to think of if there's anything else I should go try to grab. Like, obviously, we're basically bereft of checks at this point. I'm trying to think if there's any good spots to farm specific enemies or anything. Which Mind Restores wouldn't be bad to have more of, so the bats might be a worthwhile target. Skeleton Bombers really don't help, because we already have enough gauntlets to wear all the gauntlets we need. There's not really a reason to carry extra armor, because you can't sell it or anything. Bonets might have just not rolled a drop at all, because they don't seem to be dropping anything. Just put this over on the other screen so I can just see as items are popping up, so I stop having to pause to check it. It's like, we'll know it if something happens for Castlevania while we're playing it, because it'll pop up on screen. Already got that. There's no nested secret here. Sometimes Mudmen roll really good items, so I'm gonna check them for a moment here. Nope, no dice on that one. Really don't need all this bronze armor, but you know what? I guess I'm getting it. That's enough to kill the spirits. We'll kill the mudmen. I can actually just kind of chill here then. Medics for Winter Gust, those are good. They must have started with, like, future and past available. Okay, these guys drop hearts. That's useless. Well, not useless because recharging sub-weapons is helpful. Yep, that's one changing games. Presumably. Went through this pit over here, right? Yeah, because that led to here. Thought so. Got that already. I do kind of wish this game had the same situation as the Metroid games do, where it marks items that have been collected. Which, the count is nice and all, but that involves me remembering where all of the items I picked up were. Based on the count of 4 we have here, obviously at least one item is up above the save room to the right of us here, where that path I told you all you needed to wall jump in is. And then presumably at least one of them's in that long hallway that I need block pushing to get through. There should be another big burst of checks coming in based on what I'm seeing. Stalling is so real. Which, actually, that's something I should check. How many checks did we end up getting done in our games? So far, 24... Actually, literally 24 for both Castlevania and Time Spinner. Somehow they both ended up identical. And a whole 5 infusion at the moment, according to this. Let me actually refresh that and make sure that's correct. That sounds right, but I'm just making sure. Yeah, a little sad on the check count today. But getting blocked pretty quickly will do that. Let's see, nope, no information that'll be useful there. Smiling up over there. That's the wrong window. That's not the one you're looking at. That's the one you're looking at. I suppose I should go fight monsters that are going to be worth more experience if we're going to keep grinding experience as our remaining stall option here. Remember when I said I was going to stop at 3 hours? Different from remembers. I clearly don't remember that. I think by now anybody that's been here knows that anytime I say I'll stop at X amount of time, that's a lie. Am I perfectly capable of stopping whenever I want to? Yes. Will I ever actually stop when I say I'm going to? No. His hope springs eternal. Of course, now that I moved windows around, now I lost the tracker again. Not that it much matters at the moment, but you know. I am receiving information. I probably should go back up to the upper section we were in before, the cathedral area. Fight up there in order to grind experience. And it may seem excessive for me to be grinding experience, but trust me when I say it will help us in the long run. Because some of the later bits of this get really rough. If you're not high enough level, and I get a sneaking suspicion that because of the way Archipelago works, there's a very real possibility we are going to get boosted past where I would ordinarily be pathing, by virtue of getting the things we need to go places we may not necessarily be supposed to be. Yeah, I'm figuring these axe armors will be worth a little bit more to us. Not by a lot, though. They're worth like 31. If I fight quantity of them alongside those head things, it might actually matter. Oh, hey! So you want to hear something funny? We did just get something. And it's the funniest thing it could possibly be. Because we now have all of the infant Metroids we need to finish Fusion. Now, if only we had literally anything to go fight the SAX with. But, like, in a pure technicality, Fusion's in go mode. But you can't hurt the SAX with basic shots. Just like the other problem we're having, so it actually isn't. It's in one of those weird limbo states of like, well, technically, the item requirement's been fulfilled. It just doesn't matter because it won't work. It's much akin to the situation I was talking about before with light arrows showing up, but with no bow or anything, light arrows don't help. You have your win condition, but no way to use it. Okay, these boneheads do drop potions. So actually kind of worth farming. Except the drop rate on it seems to be horrendous. But I'll still farm for a few potions right quick. Apparently, they're both hearts and potions. But these boneheads are great for recovery. Which this whole loading in and out of a room constantly thing works in any of these games, by the way. Especially if you're trying to grind for money in any of the ones that have shops, you could just load in and out of a room that has a good torch for money, and you could just keep doing this ad infinitum. And as long as you got the patience to do it, you could have just infinity money. I don't recommend it for most people's sanity, but it's a thing you can do. Okay, we have 7 potions and 16 meat. That's pretty damn good. That is, again, probably more healing than I usually ever have. And you know, that was an item. Huh. That one I'm not going to elaborate on because it doesn't make sense either way. Is there really nothing I can do? I know I keep going back into that thought process of like, there's definitely something I can do. There isn't anything I can do. Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. But what if... The funniest thing is, I had debated putting in a 4th game. And maybe I should have. At the same time, that would have been a very interesting decision. We're almost to another level. So we're sorely missing out on keys, so... Now that is also a thing. Technically, I could just go fight Dracula if I got all 3 keys. I would die a miserable death, but I could actually go fight Dracula straight up. Because I'm pretty sure the fight is physically doable with just whip and nothing else. You'd be in for a fucking haul, but you could do it. Like, I'm sure there are people much better than I out there who have done exactly that. That's weird. Saw somebody pop in and out a bunch. I'm assuming they're having some connection issues. There's like nothing up there or anything, I don't think. Yeah, no, that's just empty area. God damn it. The one time I jump that short, and I don't think the double jump. Of course, of course, of course. There's nothing I can do with these guys to try to get up. Or there's just not a thing I can do right now. No breakable wall along this wall here. Got excited for a second there. I saw the word power bomb. So, what is power bomb for that? Huh. I don't actually know what that is in that game. Oh, then again, I'm not even sure what game that particular line's referring to because it doesn't have any part of the game's name in there. Oh wait, no. Probably one of the ones playing SMZ3, so it's probably an actual power bomb. It's just not for me. Rip. Even with the quantity of targets I'm killing here, we're really not making any headway toward the next level. So I think my plan of grinding levels really ain't gonna amount to anything either. It was a good idea. It was a thought. Doesn't seem to be amounting to anything anymore. So I need stronger targets, and we don't have any in any of the areas we can go to. Unless I go, like, fight the Flame Knight, but with how long he takes to die, that would not be productive. So there's not, like, an area I can reach up here that I didn't go to, right? I climbed up where I'm supposed to have climbed up in here. Yeah, because the only other place we can go is on a higher ledge up here, and we can't do that right now. The thing that's in my head right now that's making me not want to stop, in addition to my just nature of not wanting to stop, is I have this feeling in my gut that the second I raid out, something that opens my games wide open will happen. Like, I just have that feeling. Because that would be the funny thing that would happen. And a lot of things with how all this work on rule of funny. But I think I've stalled long enough. Move the tracker back over to this other screen so that if, as I'm picking a target, something happens that makes me actually able to move forward, we'll keep going. But I will go take a look at a choice for where we're gonna go. I will surrender. What do you mean I can't call in to join my own stream, Twitch? What do you mean that's not something I can do? Let's see who's streaming right now. Gonna be swiveling back and forth. Like, aha! No. Aha! No. Got excited again. I saw Powerbomb tank, but it's for the other fusion, not mine. Once again, the yes! Oh. It hits so different sometimes. Am I missing anybody that's in the DragonPelago? Or are they just not streaming their perspectives right now? I know. Whoop. Wait, I heard that. Wait. I knew it! I knew if I pretended to raid out, we'd get something. We've got something here. We got the kick boots. I'ma save the day. Meat's back on the menu, boys. Now, admittedly, the kick boots don't do a ton, and we're gonna have to do a lot of running back to make use of these. But you know what? They do something. We may actually be able to use them in more than one place. But I know of only one place off the top of my head that they get used. And how they work is you jump at a wall, and then you can bounce off it like that. They're not great, but it's something. And I would be remiss not to hit the check that I now have access to. So now we run all the way back down to the bottom of the map, after having run all the way up here. The hype is real, though. What could this thing be? It's gonna be like 1 or 2 checks. I'm just gonna meter everybody's expectations right now. It's not gonna be like a whole area or anything. It's literally gonna be just like a check or 2. It'd help if I didn't screw up the jumps. So no, it doesn't matter that I screwed up the jumps. I need to go this way to get back. I forgot. This whole area is kind of a nightmare if you can't push blocks. Because you have to go this whole long way around to get anywhere if you can't push blocks. Like, you just send a guy with a bad shoulder in here and he just can't do anything. He just has a miserable time. It's the worst place for him. Yeah, we're probably gonna send off this check as like a last gasp. More power bombs for other people. Now, admittedly, they're just power bomb tanks, so I don't think they're helping anybody else either, or yet. Once we can use those power bombs, though, whoo. The tradition continues of everyone in this lobby sending an ice trap to Amma. Oh yeah. Oh wait, hang on. I didn't go up here. Oh, right, that's why I didn't go here. It's just a warp room. Can I use this to go somewhere? Yeah, here. To the other warp room that I have ready access to, more or less. Well, let me go ahead and open that, though. Because how this warp room works is you can only access it by coming from there, and you blow this open. So at least now we have access to this warp room in the future. Which, actually, I should use that warp room right now. I know I just warped back and forth like 6 times, but bear with me. Brain is processing. Now, if we come on back down here, and falling down here is honestly the fastest way. We can run all the way back to that one spot where the kick boots get used. I think there's like one other place in the entire game the kick boots would be the only way to get to. Thing is, even the one we're going to right now, if I had Rock's Feather, it would not matter. Like, the kick boots would be completely irrelevant, which is why I can never remember how to use them. I'm gonna try something on our way, though. So I'm curious to see if it would work. But I'm pretty sure I can't do it because there'll be things in the way. But it's kind of a future note for myself. No, these are too far apart. That wouldn't work. See, it only takes you like halfway. The expected problem was that those flying guys were going to get in the way of me flying back and forth. But I forgot just how wide that room was, so it literally wouldn't matter. Oh yeah, no, there are some big things happening for other people right now. Like, there's some pretty important, more endgame-ish items happening, like a bunch of blueprints for Donkey Kong have just popped. Things like that. Which I seem to recall the blueprints are necessary for beating DK64, but I might be completely off base with that one. Because people would usually go for them as part of completing the game, but it's not actually necessary for all I know. Our goal is right across the way from here. Gotta get past one more flying demon. This is why you need kick boots. It's a really long climb. And actually, wait, this might actually be... Nope, this is just one item. Macro Zone Secret 1 for Morio Land. Well, that's another area for Mori, I believe, so that's probably important. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see the results of that for a bit, but I have done what I can. That is, I think, everything we can do now. Unless another thing happens to pop as I'm getting ready to pick a raid target. Oh, no, we'll stand down here so you guys at least have music while I'm doing this. First, you pause menu with no music. Ooh, actually, we may have a good opportunity. Oh, let me just make sure that there's not anybody in my list here that is one of the people participating. I swear I was following them. Apparently, a bunch of them are actually live doing their parts. I blame Twitch. Probably Twitch's fault. There's also the world in which I do actually have them on my list, but the list is too damn long, so it doesn't actually show them. Because the list can be unreliable that way sometimes. Last check. I check again and there's another ice trap going out to Amalia. Some things never change, eh? Yeah, no, I'm following. Lies. Twitch telling me lies. Which, that's nothing new. Twitch is lying to me perpetually. Just gonna turn audio off for a second to check what's going on here before I send video over. Yeah, that should all work out just fine. It's only fitting that we send everybody over to one of the ones I was sending the most items to. That list one more time? No? Nope. Absolutely not. Anyway, we're gonna go and raid VT, who is doing Majora's Mask at the moment, but obviously is doing part of the DragonPelago as well. So we'll probably be bumping around to a few different games. Schedule coming up before I get everything moving. Like I said, tomorrow we will probably be doing some Lurkit stuff. I've got a variety of things to pick from there. We'll see which ones I end up lining up with. Unless we get a massive amount of breakthroughs for the archipelago between tonight and tomorrow. Obviously, then I would go for that. Saturday will be in a similar position, just because I want to make sure that the option is open there, because I don't want to keep people waiting. And then Monday, we may very well still start either Dark Cloud 2 or Breath of Fire. It depends on how some things play out going forward. Let me go ahead and get that raid timer started before I ramble everything I'm going to ramble out before starting the timer, and then I have nothing to say during the timer. Yeah, as far as the rest of next week goes, I do not have too many things guaranteed other than there's going to be a collab on Thursday this coming week with just a couple people. So look forward to that. That won't have anything to do with the archipelago. I'm not sure what I'll do Friday and Saturday next week. That may end up being more of whatever I start next week. Might be more archipelago. Depends on, again, on how things play out. But be good to Amma. Amma is good people, and I will see you all in the future. Good night, everyone. Take care.